Obviously, I don't know Susie. Obviously, I don't know Susie. If I knew, I would know, right? Obviously, I don't know. How are you doing, Susie? Welcome in. You are marked present. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Uh, I hope that everybody is having a good day. I hope that everybody's having a good day. I, for one, am profoundly excited for this one. Exactly. Correct. Correct. I didn't even know. I guess you can disable the category in OBS, but I thought I had it set to just chatting. I really did. I really truly did think it was just real quick. What are you doing? Oh, you're just biting me. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I hope you like the taste of sweater. Although I'm not actually wearing a sweater right now. It's actually pretty warm in New York. It's I don't know, little unseasonably warm at this point for New York. Uh, unless you're biting me as a way of starting to ask a question. Do you got a question for me? Is that what's going on here? But yes. So this talking a little bit about like what's going on through my head here. Okay, fair enough. You are allowed a friendly bite or two. After all, like, what am I? I don't know. I'm supposed to be the adult in the room here. I'm not gonna kill you over that. Uh, this is all reminding me that I do need to do something about my music situation. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Why can't I hear anything on my end? I should be able to hear things. Oh well. Oh well. No, it's just like I said, it's definitely on my end. It's definitely on my end. I can read my OBS outputs. I can tell that everything's actually working just fine. I can tell that it's all good. So I am not too scared about that. I'm not too scared about that. But yes. So my ambition for this series was that my ambition for this series was originally that I was going to uh, kind of do like one or two lectures on the history of colonialism in general, just like the general history of colonialism, and I would start with my focus was going to follow on what I actually studied as a student, which was pretty focused on India. I was pretty focused on India and, to a lesser extent, China. I think I probably at this point know China better than I know India, but that's how it goes. Well, I guess I'm just not going to hear anything. That's fine. That's fine. I don't need to hear things. I am not the audience. So that is fine. That is perfectly fine. But yes, so that was originally my plan. And then I was like, well, this isn't going to really make any sense. Uh, I'll get to them. I'll get to them. But today is going to be focusing almost entirely on Spain. Unless by your country you not much France and not much China. This is going to be Spain and Mexico today because it's very hard to make what was going on in India and China in the 18th and 19th centuries, which is more of what I know, without some backing in who the rivals were to the British and the French in those countries. Like, this was a whole world-changing system. This was a whole fucking catastrophe. Yeah, absolutely. And I figured I should start with the beginning. I figured that it's actually probably easier for me to go a little bit chronological. So I am starting with the early colonies and early colonization, and starting with one of the messiest ones. And I don't know how much you'll be excited about this, CC, but I'm sure that Watch Doge and Emperor's Armpits, when they get here, will be very excited, and some of the other people who come around here will be pretty excited that I wound up focusing a lot more on the military history than I originally intended. Military history is not generally my forte, but the military history of what I am talking about today wound up being really fascinating. Wound up just being some incredible stuff. And so I am. Hello, Watchdoge. Hello, hello, hello. I was just mentioning how I think you. No, we're going to have a PowerPoint, of course. We're going to have a PowerPoint. This is just me talking a lot. So, I learned how to teach. I actually learned how to teach in the middle of the woods. That was actually the first place I learned how to teach, was in the middle of the woods. But I did learn how to. Oh, you didn't see the first one then, CC. You didn't. I've got a bibliography. No. I'm not going off the cuff here. I've got a bibliography. This is like, I read books for this. I take my content seriously. I take my art and my craft seriously. I am not messing about here. But yes, so I learned how to teach originally in the woods, and then I learned how to teach. Ultimately, my main, and then I learned how to tutor, and then I finally learned how to teach in front of classrooms. And in a fit of irony for a guy who is not good at listening. Am I really that serious? Hello, Cyber Guy. Hello, Cyber Guy. Am I that serious? I think I'm kind of fun. I think I'm kind of fun. I don't think I'm too serious. I don't think I'm too serious. But yes, I'm not that fun? Oof. Serious but goofy. That's fair, CC. I mean, the truth of the matter, CC, is that, oh, okay. Thank you, Cyber Guy. Thank you for the reassurances. To be fair, CC, I don't know how people have serious relationships with you. I can only imagine that. I feel like you exert a bit of a goofy zone. Makes it impossible for people to be too serious when you're around. It's a great trait. It's a wonderful trait. Hello, Hussein. Hello, Hussein. I'm being nice, CC, and you're being shocked about it. Come on. Yeah, thank you. But yes, I learned how to teach in the woods originally, and then I learned how to do like one-on-one tutoring, and then I finally learned how to do classroom teaching. And a bit of an irony. Now you're just being silly. Now you're just trying to pick a fight, CC. Now you're just trying. I know your tricks. I need to stop drinking the soda. I'm having caffeine for one of the few. I'm having my first serving of caffeine of the entire year, and I think if I have too much more of it, I will actually get a headache. But yes, the way that so when I finally learned how to do classroom teaching, I was already really adapted. I mean, no, Susie, continue to do what you need to do. You continue to be your little goblin self. I'm just letting you know that I'm wise to you. I've caught on to you. But yes, when I finally got around to teaching in front of classrooms, I'd gotten so adapted to just speaking, to just pure speaking, that I still have a pretty strong memory of trying to draw. Oh, they know. They are devoutly aware that they are a little gremlin of a person. That when I got to when I was in front of a classroom, I remember in a sociology lecture trying to draw a diagram. I was having a little bit of trouble explaining things. I was like, you know what? I've got all these whiteboards. I should use them. I've seen other teachers do this. Okay, okay. Okay, Watch Doge, enjoy your dinner, enjoy your dinner. I will probably be going for a while. I actually have substantially more slides than I did for the last one. I am not confident I will actually get through all of the stuff I planned. It's very realistic that I will not actually get through all of the things that I planned. So, I remember trying to draw a diagram of some sort of like network effect or something, and then I'm drawing it and I'm lecturing, and I turn around to my students and they just have the most baffled expressions on their face. And I point at the drawing I made on the whiteboard, uh, and I just say, "Did that actually make anything clearer?" And they all just said no. All of them. The whole classroom was united that I should stick to speaking. I should not be attempting to draw and think at the same time. It is not in my wheelhouse. It is not something that's going to. Yeah, I definitely I definitely it was counterproductive for me to try and make an illustration. And it wasn't like a question of art. It was just a question of making a diagram that conveys information. And the lesson I have taken ever since then, before then, that was an interruption in how I usually did things. How I almost always did things was very PowerPoint focused. And I'm sticking to it. Well, and this was a sociological concept. This was not a history thing. This was a sociological concept, and I mean, I do have a chemistry degree. I do know that sometimes it's like much easier to draw a reaction or to draw a force diagram in physics. Yeah, I list my education in my about page on Twitch. It's I have too much. I have too much. Don't be like me. I made mistakes. I made mistakes in my youth. Uh, you have also made mistakes, Hussein? Or what you got for me? What you got for me? Uh, but yes, I'm trying to think about my time zones here right now. Is it has the sun set yet for you in Iraq? Oh, okay, okay, good, good, good. Uh, I know things, but mostly silly things, like the history of colonialism. Uh, and yeah, I can tell you that, like in theory, this should have been something I should have been able to draw. You know, it should have been. It was basically trying to illustrate that there were some semi-overlapping concepts. Like I probably could have gotten a. I think I was really just trying to draw like some Venn diagrams, but I just screwed the pooch on it so bad. Okay, yeah, so it's night for you, Hussein. So you have the option of having dinner now. Uh, uh, I just screwed the pooch so badly on. What was this? What's this? Okay, okay. Thank you for the clip, CC. Thank you for the clip, CC. But yeah, I just screwed the pooch so badly on drawing a basic illustration that I, I could not. I've just not bothered since then. I've every from then on, my illustrations are all pre-prepared. They are all pre-prepared. Thing is, I can't get my audio working on my computer. I do mean like entirely. I cannot get any audio working on my side. So I don't know what I'm saying in this clip now. Now I'm concerned. Now I'm concerned. Concerned that you've clipped me saying something. It would be weird if it was me saying something sussy. That would be very unusual for me. But maybe, 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 maybe. An alarming possibility. It's an alarming possibility. But yes, yeah, I have. I've made. Yeah, yeah. I've made. I don't even know it's me knowing too much. It's me spending too long in school. I definitely spent way too long in school, which means I really overpaid on tuition. I didn't actually pay that much in tuition. I had a lot of scholarships. But I could have I could have gotten to the same place I wound up at with like, I don't know, 100 fewer credits, like 100 fewer credits or something like that. Like, geez, I overshot badly. But yes. Um, mm. So so ever since then, I've been very much a prepared. I don't tend to prepare my speech very much, but I do tend to prepare all of my illustrations in advance. Like, I almost never rehearse anymore. Yeah, but you can't actually take advantage of all those at the same time. That's kind of an issue. Like, you cannot actually take advantage of all of your different. Like, you can't really be both a chemist and a sociologist. That doesn't, like, really work. Oh, I just realized that I could probably improve this. Yeah, sometimes you are overqualified for jobs. And, I mean, I did consider being a document restoration specialist, which would be a way of using the social science side and the chemistry side at the same time. But also, turns out I really just should have not done the chemistry. Like, that's the actual thing. I really should have. This time, almost 30. I think it's 26 or 28, something like that. A couple of those are footnotes / bibliography. Yeah, restoring documents. It's a really interesting science and a really interesting field that I don't know. I think I would enjoy a lot. I like working with paper. I haven't done it. Something I could, in theory, do. I don't suspect it would be easy at this point. Also, I like what I'm doing right now. Realistically, like, I like being an editor. I like being a VTuber. I would probably have to quit both if I wanted to go into that. And if she shows up, Vedicamo, that's actually what she's studying to do. Is not restoring documents, but she is studying to restore paintings. To be a painting restorationist. Specifically, religious iconography in a Russian context, but so many of those are functional. I think most of those are oil paintings. I think. So, you know, it's a real field. It's a real field. It's got some real value, and the chemistry I specialized in was actually doing analytical chemistry, and my favorite technique was an analytical chemical technique that's mostly used for art. It's mostly a quantitative technique used for art called Raman photospectroscopy, which is very useful in the art world. Like, I made that sound way so fancy, but it's a... And if I explain it, it'll sound even worse. But the reason why it's useful is that the vast majority of ways that you can do chemical analysis on things involves grinding them up and either lighting them on fire or dissolving them in a liquid and shooting lasers at the liquid. Not usually lasers, actually, just beams of light. You don't need them to be coherent. Coherence probably doesn't even actually help. It could, but it probably doesn't most of the time. Whereas Raman photospectroscopy, thanks to the magic of right angles, you can do it non-destructively. You can do Raman photospectroscopy on a gem or even a painting and not destroy it, which is a huge advantage over almost every other method of analyzing what is in this. What is in this? Turns out that the results were really funny. Turns out that an enormous number of gems that were in, like, crowns and reliquaries and stuff like that, and all these, like, really fancy European artifacts, turns out that a huge percentage of the gems that were in those situations were just colored glass. Which I find deeply funny. I find it deeply, deeply funny that you'd find something that's like, oh yeah, this thing is this huge ruby that's been in here for hundreds of years, and it's just glass. It's just glass with some color in it. I've always enjoyed that a lot. I've always enjoyed that a lot. But I tend to prepare. I try to prepare my lectures in advance. I try to prepare, like I said, not so much the much less the what you call it. Yeah, fancier glass. Exactly, Hussein. Exactly. The much less so the specific words I'm going to say. I've never liked doing that. I have a really nasty habit of preparing lectures and speeches, really more of speeches. When I was younger, I tried to prepare my speeches very much in advance, and I would read about 3 words of them, and then I would go rogue. So I don't tend to do that very often, and I've experimented a little bit with doing some ASMR stuff, but I've usually done them scripted, and I've done some improvs, I just haven't published them. I mean, it's good. It's good in some ways. I have 2 published ASMRs, both of which are scripted, and the comment I got from almost everybody on the second one was that I sound very unnatural, and that's probably because I overprepared. That's very likely that I overprepared and didn't go with the flow as much. I suppose so. I suppose so. I suppose so. I My usual method for lectures, which you're about to see, is that I write down major bullet points so that I don't forget them. And other than that, I kind of go off the cuff. I kind of go off of what's actually inside my head rather than what's on the page. But I do need to write down some notes for longer things. For really short things, I don't tend to write down anything. But this one's probably going to be pretty long. This one's probably going to be pretty long. So that's kind of a little bit of insight into what's going on, behind the scenes, how I kind of think, and where my head's at. I tend to think pretty heavily uh, about like what would be visually useful. I like to think about the structure of things that I tend to like to have in advance because obviously you guys have been listening to me talk for weeks now, for hours and hours and hours, and you know that I'm very capable of just talking incoherently, of just talking about whatever crosses my mind, and doing just going wild. You know that I'm very capable of doing that, but I kind of want to do something a little bit more focused. And I'm going to be honest, I will probably say this a couple more times. I had a lot of fun making this. I had an enormous amount of fun making this lecture. It made me question a little bit whether I should try to get in on the incredibly miserable and competitive market of historical video essays on YouTube. The problem there, of course, being that I hate video editing. I despise it. I loathe it. Uh, the video editing for the sociology lecture is like 5% done. And it has been so much more of a pain in my ass than just making a new lecture and giving it. It's so much more of a pain in the ass. I despise video editing. I constantly wonder if I should just pay somebody else to do it. But the trouble there is that you can't just give somebody a pile of raw footage and say, "Hey, make this good." Yeah, well, I can show you videos. See, I can show you some channels that would be of the kind that would be what I'm talking about. Uh, it and the bigger problem is that in that field, production value on the editing is the actual selling point. That's the actual distinguishment, not research quality, not knowledgeability, uh, not even sheer entertainment value, but the production quality, and that's the place where I am by far the weakest. So that would be trading strengths for weaknesses, which that's the main thing stopping me on that one. Is I don't want to trade strengths for weaknesses. Seems like a very foolish thing to do. Seems like a very, very foolish thing to do. And, I am sorry, Hussein, I do not speak Arabic. I cannot, I do not have any idea what that says. I guess I'll try to put that into Google Translate. Uh, yeah, okay. I was like, I can yeah, I do not speak Arabic. I'm going to. I don't mean to be rude, but I do request that you try to stick to English as much as possible because I can't tell what people are saying in other languages, and I have a bit of a responsibility to moderate my own chat, and I can't moderate things in other languages intelligibly. Uh, I wouldn't even trust my Japanese at this point to be something I could moderate. Like, I speak some Japanese, but not with the level of fluency or subtlety that would allow me to make intelligent and informed decisions about whether or not people were saying stuff that I don't want said in my chat. But you've been around, so I'm going to trust that you didn't say anything horrible right there, but I'm going to just request that you know, stick to English. If just for practical considerations on my side. Thank you. But yes. Yeah, I really enjoyed the researching side. The researching, and this in particular, I'll be completely honest. The this slideshow that I'm doing, uh, I originally intended the main content of this to be, I think, 2 slides, and then it ballooned to 24 slides on the subject that I'm going to wind up talking about for the most part, just because I found the research on it so fascinating. Uh, in specific, I'll talk about like why I found it so fascinating, but it was a real rabbit hole. It was a real journey, and I really had a blast with it. And it's not the sort of stuff I would have been able to teach as a teacher because interesting. Because I was limited on what I was allowed to teach. I was kind of limited on because there's inter-office politics in an academic institution. There's inter-office politics, and I was in a position where I was allowed to teach some things, but not many other things. Yeah, I get to do what I want as long as it's TOS approved. That's correct. That is correct. That is correct. And I will say that I am making a real effort to not spread misinformation. I'm making a real effort to be informed and honest and to provide you folks with as accurate terms of service. Terms of service is what TOS stands for, and it's the term for what are the actual rules of Twitch in general, not just the rules of like my channel or of my life, but of what's exactly. It's when somebody says that something is TOS, they're referring to stuff where Twitch might actually interfere. And depending on the grammar and the context, this is kind of confusing. I'm not going to lie. I would struggle to explain it even in English. Depending on the context, people can say that something is TOS to mean either that it violates TOS or that it obeys TOS. But I am not super worried about this one. I should probably... Is there a content warning thing here? I'm going to put on a violence warning. There it is. I found it. I'm going to put on a violence warning. Because we're talking about colonialism. There's just like... It's going to come up. It's going to come up. And... Yeah, I'm actually a big believer in content warnings. This is actually just a kind of interesting thing. I'm just going to make a bit of a divergence here. A little bit of a divergence here. So... when one of those things that's very weird about living in America in the last 40 years, I'd say 40 years, is that there's something called the culture war here, which you probably have heard of. You have probably heard of it. The culture war is a political strategy. It's an intentional political strategy to make every single aspect of life somehow political. It is a deliberate strategy to make it so that if you have a given type of politics, then you have an opinion on every single thing that happens in American culture with regards to displaying loyalty towards your chosen politics. And this means that, first of all, it means that everything's freaking political. It's very, very frustrating. And one of the ones that's very weirdly politicized is content warnings. There's a very specific weird politics around content warnings where in particular, conservative political actors have decided that content warnings are intrinsically and always a liberal conspiracy. That, like, if you use content warnings, that is allegiance to the left wing, and if you don't use content warnings, that's allegiance to the right wing. I find this baffling and extremely weird and off-putting, because the content warnings that I think about, like, the number one content warning I think about the most often is the epilepsy warning. That's by far and away the content warning I think about the most, is the epilepsy warning. I'm not even epileptic. I just think it's extremely valuable, and I think it's extremely important. And epilepsy is a very dangerous disease where you can really harm people by making a video or a video game. Like, you can really do damage to somebody's life with a video or a video game. And that's worth keeping in mind, I guess. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I think that's really really worth keeping in mind. I think it's really good to warn people that you might harm them if like if they've got a particular illness. They need to be either prepared or just not watch it. And I think that could possibly be improved on what we're doing, but I think it's extremely valuable to have that. And to me, it's just a sensible thing to do. And the conservative position is that content warnings mean not making the content, which I find very bizarre. It doesn't really make sense to me. I'm not gonna lie. I don't fully understand how people from that sphere are understanding it. Yeah, they tend to argue, most fervently, they argue that including content warnings in a description of a class syllabus is censorship. That, like, if you say in your syllabus, this class is going to talk about sexual assault, if that's in your syllabus, like, sexual assault is going to be a covered topic, apparently that means that sexual assault is then not covered in the class. Like, it's, I don't understand the logic to it. I don't understand the logic to it at all. It does not add up to me. It does not really add up to me. There is an argument that gets made that being too fussy about content warnings means spoilering, like, plot twists. And, like, if you say, like, warning, there's going to be sexual assault in this story, and then otherwise, then, like, people know that it's coming and they're braced for it. But, like, I don't know. I feel like cheap shocks aren't worth very much. I feel like that's a very cheap form of entertainment. Yeah, no, it's a dipshit way to live life. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not really from that culture. Like, it's America, right? It's still America, but America isn't a cultural monolith, and I'm not really from the culture where people find that argument compelling. Like all the people I know think that that's pretty silly and don't even really engage with it because, again, we find the people I know find content warnings just useful. They just find them plain old useful to be like. Honestly, the bigger part is it sounds like what they're saying is that like rating a movie R-rated should be illegal because if you rate a movie R, then you're not publishing the movie or something. Like, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't add up. It's very weird. I find it very gibberish. I am unsympathetic to it as a rule, and so that's kind of my position on that. And like I said, I think they're very valuable. I think there is going to be at least one piece of art in this that I found disturbing. That I flat out found disturbing. And so that's I'm definitely going to make sure that I give you guys the warning on that one. I don't exactly remember which slide it is, so I'm giving you the warning up top, but it's somewhere in the middle. And there's another piece of art that some people might find disturbing, but it's not as detailed or as graphic. It's pretty metal mostly. I think that's enough. I think that's enough talking about streaming, so I think I can actually get to the lecture. So let me go over to the live, and I need to change the source, because currently it's set to detect a game. Actually, wait, the game might actually be might actually be the way to go. The game is, in fact, the game capture is, in fact, the way to go. I don't want that one. So let's turn that on. Yes, there we go. There we go. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So, class is in session now. Class is in session now. Everybody get to your seats. Today we are going to be discussing the first part of my presumably going to be pretty long colonialism lecture series, where I'm going to be talking about the conquest of the New World, primarily. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, as I talked about my strategy here, this was originally going to be a short summary of the colonization of Mexico and what Mexico was like as a colony, and how it fit into not just the Spanish world order, but into the global world order and what it kickstarted. But I wound up finding myself extremely fascinated with some specific elements of it, and we're going to be talking mostly about a pretty specific period of Spanish history, because I feel like an enormous number of really important things happened during this period that were not only really important for informing how I might get to Thailand. I actually know very little about Thailand. Thailand was never colonized, right? Thailand retained independence continuously. Thailand's always been independent. It's all the surrounding kingdoms were conquered. Malaysia was British. Vietnam was France. Myanmar was also British, and at various points Chinese. But yes, we're talking about America today, and I will probably be talking about America for a while. Yes, they are Asian. Thailand is Asian. Yes, you are correct, Tuesday. But who colonized them? I don't think anybody colonized them. But yeah, we're going to be talking about the conquest of the New World today, and a specific part of it, because again, a lot of the themes that are going to be repeated throughout this lecture series on colonialism are going to come up here. And on top of that, some of the things that are not common are going to come up here. There are some highly unusual things about the conquest of the new, about what I'm going to talk about today, and that's part of why I wound up focusing on them a lot. It's part of why I found them really, really fascinating, was some of the ways in which this is unusual, because this is kind of how history works. The ways in which history repeats are not one-to-one. They're always... It doesn't repeat, it rhymes, is the phrase. History does not repeat, it rhymes. And so we're going to see some of the ways in which it rhymes, and we'll also see some of the ways in which the conquest of America was specific. Although the specificity might take a while for us to make apparent. But yes, we're gonna. This is the start of my lecture series on colonialism. So, what are we talking about? So, colonialism is the... Yes, it's this whole process. It's this whole process of how modern European countries functionally conquered the world. That's usually the phrase that people use. There was at one point by the mid-late 19th century, the number of countries that were not ruled by Europe or had declared independence from a European colonial overlord, or were Europe themselves, was quite small. Almost all of the land area, almost all of the land of the world was under the government of either A, European country, or B, a country that had declared independence from a European country. And in that second category, in that category of countries that had declared independence, functionally all of them were in the Americas. Virtually all of them were in the Americas. And even then, not all of them. Not all the Americas had declared independence at that point. But, South America had declared independence from Spain. Spain lost most of its colonies in the 19th century, in the early 19th century. And the United States had declared independence famously in 1776. Haiti had declared independence in 1806, first decade of the 19th century. And but functionally all of Africa, with a few exceptions, Ethiopia and Lesotho are the two that I can remember off the top of my head. Ethiopia and Lesotho were still fully independent. In theory, Egypt was ruled by the Ottomans, who were in theory Asian, but in practice, the capital of the Ottoman Empire was in Europe, and also Egypt was in practice ruled by the British. All of India was ruled by the British, French, and Portuguese in different quarters. Nepal was still independent. Thailand was still independent. Papua New Guinea was not really colonized. Japan, South Korea were independent. China was independent, asterisk. And I'm going to get to that. That's going to be probably one of my main areas to talk about, is going to be what the hell was going on in China. But we're talking like 80% of the land area of the world, and 50-60+ % of the population was living either in a colonial metropole or in a colonized region. And I have included here a picture of what is known as a caravel. This is an early caravel, and caravels are a lot of what made this all possible. Caravels are one of the really critical technologies. They were first invented in, I think, the 1400s, and I'll get into why they're very valuable. They're very valuable because they can do a bunch of sailing tricks that that other ships generally cannot. And they wind up kind of rewriting the whole concept of how you build ships, and who builds ships, and what you use ships for. And yes, this is kind of what I was just talking about. Yeah, something changes, right? Something changes that in the modern era. This is a map. This map up here is a map. I wish I should have written down the dates. Normally I would write down the dates. I apologize. Later on, I will write down the dates after this. This is going to be at the start of the Middle Ages. This is going to be the start of the Middle Ages. Humorously, I can tell that because of this. No, this is going to be probably... Hold on a second. No, this is going to be around 1400. It's going to be around 1400. Sorry, I mixed up. I thought this was the Tang. It's going to be around 1400, based on the Ottomans here. So we've got the Ottomans. The Ottomans are really big. This is going to be early Ming China over here. Early Ming China is quite big. We've got our various Mongol successor states. You know, your Chagatids, your Oirats, your Timurids. Big old Timurids down here. This is going to be Mali down here at the end of its lifespan. Is that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? I think that's the Commonwealth. So yeah, this is actually pretty close to the EU start date. It's actually pretty close to the EU start date. And something changes around here. Well, it's going to actually be 1500 because we've got Hispaniola. I'm sorry, I misread it. I've been all over the place. This is Hispaniola. This is Hispaniola. So this is 1500, and this is around 1900. This is the world around 1900. And the white is countries that are not considered Western. White is your non-Western countries. And even then... First of all, I think I think this map has some mistakes on it. I'm going to be blunt. I think this map has some mistakes on it. It doesn't include French Guiana as ruled by France, which is a bit of a mistake. You can see Thailand over here. Thailand being independent. Dai Qing, independent. This is either a mistake or this person has a political position that I don't agree with. Or this is from slightly before 1900, because Korea should be underneath the Japanese government. And they have I do agree with marking Japan as a Western government at this point, post-Meiji Restoration. Even though they are, yes, Asian in a strict sense, they are... Oh, so this is actually, if this is a specific date, this is a very narrow range, because this is the American Philippines. Should have American Cuba. If you have American Philippines, you should have American Cuba. I will talk about the Japanese governance of Korea, because there's a very good resource on that. There's a very good source on that. But as you can see, Ethiopia's independent, Nepal's independent, Persia's independent, but by and large, Europe controls almost all of the world. And something changes. Something changes during this period. Armies balloon in size. Warfare becomes radically more destructive than it was in previous generations. And yeah, Europe goes from being a backwater to the center of the world. You know, we still put London as our default time zone. London is still the universal time zone, as much as even as London continuously falls off in prominence and importance every passing year. It is still the place where we put that, because at one point it was the center of all global commerce. And that's wild. That's really wild. So I mentioned modern. I use the word modern. Modern is a term that people tend to be a little bit tripped up by. People get cranky about this. Modern means now. Modern means from 1500 onwards. And so we start the modern era at around 1500, and there's multiple different dates that people use. There are multiple different dates that people use. So I'm going with ish. You know, there's an ish here. So there's several different dates. 1440. I've just included some samples of what some of those dates could be. 1440 is not a popular one, but I've seen it used, and that's the introduction of the printing press. 1444 I have included because famous video game Europa Universalis 4 uses that as their start date, and they use that as their start date because it's the Battle of Varna. And I think they mostly, and that tells you what they're thinking about. That tells you what they're thinking about. 1453 is a very popular one. 1453 is a very popular one because that's the fall of Constantinople. And among historians, this is not a popular view in the public, but among historians, this is considered to be the end of the Roman Empire. The 476 is not generally considered to be the fall of the Roman Empire. 1453 is generally considered the end of the Roman Empire. The division of Byzantium as a separate empire from the Roman Empire, that's a video game-ism. That's not really a thing that historians do very often. There was a historian who did it, and they had an influence on video games in particular, but not so much on historians. They didn't tend to make as big of a splash in history. 1485, 1492 is a very popular one. 1492 is a very, very popular one. A lot of things happen in 1492. 1513, 17, and 55 are all also popular ones. So, and these all tell you kind of a story, right? So 1440 is the printing press, and that's, people choose that one if they're trying to tell an intellectual history. And it should be clear, the European printing press, not the broader printing press, because the printing press is much older in China. 1444, your Battle of Varna, and I've really just included that because I know a lot of y'all are Europa players, and that's what Europa uses, but I don't really know anybody else who uses it other than Europa. And I really think that they're doing that because they want to tell the story of the Ottoman century, of the 2+ centuries where the Ottoman Empire is the boogeyman of Europe. And they could start with 1453, but for video game reasons, they want Byzantium to be on the map because there are people who really like playing Europa to restore Byzantium. And they were trying to do it before Byzantium was playable. I believe earlier Europa started in 1453. But yeah, so they started in 1444, so you have a little bit of a lead up to the fall of Constantinople. 1485 is the Battle of Bosworth Field, and only British people give a shit about that one. Nobody else cares. Nobody else cares. That's a if you are, and that doesn't mean it's not a valid option. It just means that if you are not doing English history, you're probably not going to use it. But if you are doing English history, you are. 1492 is a very popular one because it's the end of Muslim Spain. Is both the end of Muslim Spain and when Columbus sets foot in Hispaniola. It is both of those things, and that makes it a very big date. That makes it a very big, very important date. 1513 is going to be the 95 Theses, I believe, and the start of the Protestant Reformation. I'm getting a little mixed up here. And 1517, I believe, is going to be the Diet of Worms. And 1555 is going to be the Peace of Augsburg. And the Peace of Augsburg, so like all three of those are going to be telling stories. 1513, 17, and 55. Those are all, like, once you choose those as your date, you are already kind of telling a story, right? You're already kind of telling a story about religion. You're already kind of making this a story about the history of religion, and that, like, what is modernity? Modernity is when the Catholic Church loses its authority over the European continent. That is what you mean there, because in the Middle Ages, you can pretty much use Christendom and Europe as kind of the same thing, and there isn't really a concept of being a European in a way that is distinct from being a Christian, right? Like, it's too vague, it's too weird, it doesn't really resonate with Europeans in the same way that it will later. the Peace of Augsburg and the Protestant Reformation is kind of what makes it even possible for people to identify with their geography at the expense over their religious identity. Like the way that wee I can't tell if that's getting picked up. Godspeed to whomever that was. So the modern, so like this is the thing. These are all Europe specific. And they tell you a little bit about the kind of story you're going to tell. For our purposes, all of these are fine. For our purposes, all of these are fine today, because the important part is that we have crossed some sort of threshold. And we are not talking about the medieval era anymore. The medieval era still has an influence, because history is continuous like that. History builds, history iterates, history grows. But it's not the medieval world anymore. We are into the modern world. I tend to like 1492 because I tend to focus a lot on colonialism. I tend to focus a lot on colonialism and how colonization affected everybody and how we were all colonized. And so I like 1492, but that just kind of tells you what my priorities are. So I'm going to describe... We've got some terms to go over here. So vanilla colonialism. I'm putting vanilla in quotes there because nobody actually just says vanilla colonialism. They will just say colonialism, and the next slide will make it clear why. And this is kind of the default model of colonialism. This is the most canon form of colonialism, and when people talk about decolonization, they're mostly talking about this. And so in the sort of regular form of colonialism is a colonizing power. Your Spain, your France, Germany, England establishes a government over a foreign subject people. They go almost always overseas, and there's a contentious part about that I have opinions about, where, you know, the English go to Nigeria, or the English go to India, right? The English go to India, and they beat up a bunch of governments, and they force those local governments into subservient positions underneath their own. And this is a very classic form of governance. This is a very, very classic form of governance. This is, for example, how the Hittite Empire ruled over Anatolia, over Western Anatolia. This in the Bronze Age, you know, so very old. And this is how the Roman Empire worked for the most part. Is, you know, you start off, you beat up the local government, and you say, this king is now a subject king of our king, and they owe us taxes, and otherwise things are largely intact. It is worth saying that I say left largely intact here. That's usually kind of temporary. It's not usually super durable. What tends to happen, and I'll probably end up talking about this when I get to the Raj. The high-level positions are filled by colonizers, and the mid-level ones are filled by, like, kings and Brahmins and various forms of bureaucrats who come from the indigenous population. And then what tends to happen is that the indigenous population, the indigenous leader leads a revolt, or they start collecting taxes in a way that the colonial government doesn't like, or actually fairly frequently they just do something that just generically pisses off the colonial government, the colonizers, and then they find themselves overthrown. And it's a kind of slow ratcheting effect, because we are talking about a 300 plus year, 400, arguably 500 year stretch of a practice. And so, you know, in the case of the Raj, this is what happened, that the British come in and they make various Indian kings and princes subjects of the British. They make them, and then they get to administer the laws, in British territory, right? Like the British own the territory, and these various Rajas, that's why the term the British Raja is king. These various Indian kings and princes hand over some percentage of their produce over to the British government. And over time, the British decide they don't like this thing or they don't like that thing, and so they take more and more sovereignty away from the princes and the kings. And sometimes they just fully overthrow them and completely replace the government. In the case of India, many of those kingdoms remained intact into independence. Some of them still exist. Like, the king of Manipur is still a guy. Like, you can meet the king of Manipur in India. Like, he's still there. He just doesn't really have any authority, because that's how Indian independence worked. Is that when Indian independence happened, they basically... the central Indian government that took over the majority of it went to the many, many, many princes and kings and bribed them into giving up their rule, and a couple did not take the offer. And one of those actually wound up in a war that they lost extremely badly to the Indian central government. But yeah, so the comprador is the really important concept here. And this is vanilla colonialism, and it's the one that most people talk about, it's the one that most people think about. Hello, Watchdog! I just got started, really. The biggest thing that I should probably circle back on is that we're talking about a modern phenomenon. We are not talking about, and by modern, I think you are probably familiar with this. The way that historians talk about modernity is that modern means like about 1500 onward. We're like, something changes between 1500 and 1800, where around 1500, Europe is a backwater and armies are like 10,000 guys, and by 1700, Europe is the dominant world power, and by 1800, it's just overwhelming how powerful European countries are compared to everybody else. And something changes, and that's kind of how historians talk about modernity, is that modernity ends somewhere between 1450 and 1520 is when modernity begins. Is when the medieval era ends and the modern era begins. And I can talk about that at length. I think it's one of the biggest questions in all of history. That's the big thing I want to be emphasizing, is that we're not talking about... When I'm talking about colonialism for this whole lecture series, I am not talking really about what ancient Rome did, or ancient Greece. Ancient Greece and Rome had their colonias. They had their colonias, they had their imperator, they had all these things, but it's a different thing. We're talking about we're time limiting ourselves to the modern practice of European colonialism. So vanilla colonialism is when the main resource that you are taking from the colony is indigenous labor. That's the question. That is the question. Is that, like, historians can look at Europe from about 500 to 1500, and there's a vibe. There's a thing going on there. And then they look at Europe from 1500 to 1800, and it's a completely different fucking vibe. It's totally radically different. And firearms is one part. The printing press is another part. The Protestant Reformation is a big part. Colonialism is what I think about. I think colonialism is very important to this story. Europe was not doing overseas colonization until the modern era. They weren't. They just weren't. All of this stuff starts in the 1500s. And I think European colonialism is a critical factor in defining what the modern era is. Yeah, so many things all changed at once. And I do kind of want to take a brief note to say that the proliferation of firearms is one component of what historians call the military revolution. And you start getting guns in Europe, but you aren't... In other countries, when you introduce guns, what you tend to see is the warfare become more deadly and more decisive. but it's still largely fought the same ways. Like, I will probably talk about The Cutting Off Way of War at some point, which is a very good book. I've talked about it before on stream, actually, and when we introduced guns to the Haudenosaunee and the Cherokee and other Native American groups on the eastern seaboard, they still fight the same way, just more deadly, more efficient. When Europe gets firearms, armies go from, like, you go from 10,000 is a large army during the medieval era, and most medieval armies are like 1,000 or smaller, to all of a sudden everybody's got an army of 100,000 plus men. It's not just the guns. Like, a lot of things all change together to make European modern armies radically different. They go from being a series of retinues to being, like, real organized forces. They become so different. They're completely different beasts. It's not just that they have different gear. It's that they're paid differently, they're organized differently, they're mustered differently, they're used differently, they belong to different people. That's actually kind of a big one. The governance, the people who own an army in the modern era in Europe are almost entirely the king, whereas a medieval king doesn't really have much of an army. What he has is a very small army, and then he's got the loyalty of a bunch of friends, and the friends come and join him. Vassals, I should say, not friends. He's got his vassals come and join him. And so the functioning of that army is dependent very much on the loyalty of your vassals. It's so much, and I'm going to be talking about colonialism, but the whole question of why did modernity happen is, I would argue, the biggest question in history. I would say it's the single biggest and hardest question in history. I don't know. I'll probably end up talking about it a lot during the colonialism series because it's so much. But yes, so I'm just defining some basic terms. So basic vanilla colonialism. This is your most common concept of colonialism, and it's, again, the purpose of it is to extract indigenous labor. That's the purpose of it. Is you are taking land to, the main economic purpose, I should say, is to extract indigenous labor. There's also other concerns. There's security concerns. There's prestige concerns, but you mostly want the indigenous population to be intact and going to work. That's what you are trying to do. You're trying to get the people who you just capture, you're trying to capture an area and get the people in that area to work for your colonizer government. And that's usually what people mean when they say colonialism without any qualifiers. And the reason why I bring that up is because settler colonialism is the colonialism that Americans tend to think about. And it's considerably rarer. And this is about seizing land. This is about seizing land and not really giving a shit about the people who live there. Oftentimes, the reason why settler colonialism, the kind of motivating factor for pursuing settler colonialism, which is not a very conscious change, I want to be clear here, it's not super conscious. Countries don't tend to draw this up as a deliberate policy. Hello, Beazle. Welcome to the lecture. That's a good pop emote. It's good to see you. The reason why the sort of motivating factor behind settler colonialism tends to be low population densities. That's kind of what the examples I've listed all pretty much have in common. USA, Australia, and the in the parts of South Africa that are south of the Great Fish River, which is the Cape area. Those are areas where their population was pretty low. Kind of, yeah. So there is a really obnoxious political thing. There's a very obnoxious political thing where it's only a colony if it's overseas. And that's a kind of UN definition thing, that colonies have to be overseas. and oddly supported by Patrice Lumumba for very cynical reasons, which is not something that people do not tend to think of Patrice Lumumba as a cynical, power-hungry maniac. But I don't know. I mean, who gets in charge of a country if they're not? And so the Lebensraum, I would say that the big thing that kind of makes Lebensraum not get counted as settler colonialism, because here's the thing: settler colonialism is not a conscientious policy as a rule. When it's like Cuba is a pretty canonical, yeah, yeah. Uh, Cuba's a pretty canonical example of settler colonialism, or Australia. Cuba, I can talk a little bit more because I've been studying the Spanish side of things. Um, so Spain lands in the Americas in 1492, and they take this land, and the original plan was to trade with China for silk and spices. Oh, come on, Beazel. Okay, hold on. I need to get a pad out. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Yeah, they were originally going over there for. Oh, see, this is the problem with having a bit of a messy desk right now. I was not counting on doing any calligraphy today. Let me just move some things around and get the hand cam set up. And make sure I don't flashbang you guys too violently. Yeah, you are derailing. You are derailing. Let's see. That's unsurprisingly messed that whole thing up. There we go. Camera was upside down. No, I made these slides this week. No, these slides are from this week. I just made them. And last week, I guess. But yeah, I just made them. They're new. These are new. I'm gonna go with Gothic. Oh wow, that's wet. That is super wet. Give me a moment here. Going to dab some of that up. Going to dab some of that up. It's, yeah, this ink is flowing super hard. Is flowing super hard. Oh, it's I can see it bubbling off of the page on my end. Concentrate a little bit here, so apologies if I'm not looking at chat. I'm now kind of regretting this mostly just because I forgot how much I hate making the Gothic S. There you go. No, it's basically, so what's going on is that if the ink comes out of the feed too aggressively, which sometimes happens if you haven't been using the pen recently, um, if like too much ink is welled up inside the nib in the feed, then it comes out too fast, and then it deposits way more ink than you intended. That's what's going on there. That's what's going on there. That's what's going on there. All right, I'm taking that cat jam. Okay, I'm taking it then that you're satisfied. So we're going back to settler colonialism. And enjoy your food. Enjoy your food. Enjoy your food. It's always good to see you, Beazle. It's always good to see you, Beazle. So, this doesn't tend to be a, like, try to re-rail myself. This doesn't tend to be a conscious policy. It tends to be, so Spain comes into Cuba, right? Spain comes into Hispaniola and Cuba, and the original plan was to trade with China, which wasn't happening for really important and obvious reasons. And when they realized that they weren't going to be trading with China, they start looking for gold. They start looking for gold, and Columbus in particular is trying to make a quick buck. Columbus in particular is really trying to make a quick buck. He's really trying to make money as fast as humanly possible. And so he fires it up, and there are a couple of things start happening very quickly when he's in Cuba, which is, first of all, Cuba wasn't that densely populated in the first place. Second, he's working everybody to death. I really have to emphasize that Columbus is, by the standards of 1400, Spain, Columbus was an absolute frigging psychopath who got sent to prison for excessive cruelty. Like, he was the national hero, and he still managed to get himself sent to prison. He revolutionized the world and completely changed Spain's fortune, and he was still so violent and so much of a psycho that they sent him to prison. Like, that's wild. 1400 Spain is not a nice place. And he is still, like, the worst of the worst among them. Like, we're going to be talking about a guy who is an exceptional talent for violence and cruelty, and he doesn't get sent to prison for it. He does get in trouble for it, but he doesn't get sent to prison for it. But yeah, so you start, so he goes there, and tons, no, it's actually fascinating. It's one of those things that's really fascinating, is that there is a modern discourse around Columbus of, oh, he was a product of his time. But then if you talk to specialists in that time period, they can pull out sources of people from that period being like, this guy's a fucking maniac. Like, this guy's insane. So I always find that really interesting. That like people at the time were like, no, we gotta do something about this Columbus guy. This guy's crazy. Like, this guy is way too much. This guy's too much for, again, a slaver colonizer empire. So yeah, he starts making the natives mine for gold, and this kills an enormous number of natives because he's doing forced labor camps panning for gold in an area that doesn't have very much gold. And then they all start getting diseases and dying, and then they all start rebelling, and he starts putting down the rebellions very, very violently, and very soon there are not enough indigenous laborers to really get anything done. And so you have to start replacing those indigenous laborers with somebody else. And this is going to get us to the slave trade, which is going to be an incredibly important topic for everything we talk about, the transatlantic slave trade, because that's how you replace a lot of the labor, but you also replace them with people from your home country. Because remember, it's not just the native labor that you need, you also need the native administrators. In traditional colonialism, the actual number of Spanish or French or British people you need is actually kind of small, because you just need them for higher level administration. You just need them to be like military officers and viceroys and like department chiefs. For lots of roles, you are using indigenous administration. But if you killed everybody, not only do you not have indigenous labor, you don't have indigenous administration to take advantage of. So you end up having to bring in a lot more people than you would under traditional colonialism. And so this means that you're mostly just getting the land with very little labor. And this is how you get the United States. And this is how you get Australia. Mexico is very messy, and Mexico is our main subject today. And I mentioned South Africa, south of the Great Fish River. South of the Great Fish River is the submalarial zone for South Africa, and north of the Great Fish River, it turned out to be much, much, much more expensive to bring in settlers for South Africa, but also the populations get much higher north of the Great Fish River. South of the Great Fish River in the Cape area, it's mostly foraging peoples, like the Khoisan and the Xhosa. But when you get up north is when you get into like the Zulu and Bantu peoples. When you get north of the Great Fish River into the malarial regions, those are areas that are going to be heavily Bantu populated, and those have much higher population densities because those are farming and pastoralist people. I guess the Xhosa are often pastoralist as well. I should be clear about that. But hello, Secret. Hello, Secret. I'm just going over some terms. And the next term is going to be our last major branch of colonialism. Imperialism. So, Bantu you've almost certainly heard. If you've played certain video games, Bantu will come up, because Bantu is an ethnic group of ethnic groups that is huge in sub-Saharan Africa. It's one of the largest population clusters in the world. And I'm trying to think of like who are some famous Bantu. Stephen Biko is and Desmond Tutu are Bantu people. Zulu peoples are generally Bantu. If you're in South Africa, the ghettos that they formed for black people were called Bantustans. That was the term that they used, was Bantustans. And so you've probably heard it. If you've played Europa Universalis, or they don't use it in Victoria 3, but they might have used it in Victoria 2, they'll use the term Bantu. Bantu is a pretty good faction in Rise of Nations, particularly if you're playing a game for like really long. They're good at rushes, and they're very good at very long games. They have a big power spike early, and they have a very long tail on late game power. Bit of a weak mid game, which is where the game tends to be decisive. But they were a faction I liked a lot. Ooh, yeah, that might have been a CK3 game. Yeah. I haven't played much CK3. I should play more, but yeah, the Bantu people would be at the very southern end of the Crusader Kings map. Yes, and so when we talk about modern imperialism, as opposed to like Roman imperialism, we're talking about a situation where the government is still sovereign. So like that's an important thing. Like I mentioned before, in the British Raj, the Indian governments were largely kept intact underneath the British government, but they lost their sovereignty. They did not get to make foreign policy decisions. Is the big one. That's really the important one. They lost their ability to make foreign policy decisions. Whereas in imperialism, you leave it still sovereign. And so you're leaving considerably more control in the hands of the victim, really, is the proper term for it. And instead of taking over a country and like functionally parasitizing an existing country, what you're really doing is you are just looking at a country and forcing them to adopt laws that are favorable to you. So it's really just a series of treaties rather than an administration. That's really what it is that instead of having treaties between equals like you would in Europe, or having new administration like they did in India, or replacing the people like in the United States, you just force unequal treaties on them at gunpoint. And this is a very famous cartoon illustrating how this works. You've got an obvious... I believe this must be a French cartoon. You've got an obvious stand-in for Qing. Notice the Manchu Q. And the horrible racist fingernail cartoon. And, you know, Victoria... I think that's supposed to be either Bismarck or Wilhelm I. I forget which czar, one of the czars. This is a personification of the United States. This is how the United States is personified, mostly in 19th century cartoons, as a woman wearing a red Phrygian cap. This red, white, and blue boutonniere that's unusual, but not that unusual. And this is often how America is represented in political cartoons. And a pretty racist representation of Japan. But yeah, China was the big one. China was really the big one. Not too many other countries were subjected to this form of interference. Nepal was. But, and depending on the era, Persia and Ethiopia. But really it's China is what people are talking about. So when we get to China, this is just important for laying the groundwork for when I eventually talk about China. And how China is kind of treated differently than other colonized countries. So today I'm mostly going to be talking about Spain and the conquest of the New World. That is the main thing that I'm talking about today. And so I'm going to be talking fairly chronologically. And that means I have to start with the Reconquista, which I'm just going to do a very short overview. The Reconquista... So, basic gist. Spain was ruled by Rome. Rome loses control of Spain at a couple of different points, but really durably to the Visigoths. And Spain is ruled by a bunch of Visigothic Christians. In 711, Umayyad refugees conquer Spain. Like, pretty much the whole thing. And I can get into who those are, but basically Spain is a Christian country ruled by Muslim kings. And then it starts to kind of fall apart. And here's a timeline of it. 790, 900, 1150, and this is about 1492. This is right before 1492. Yes, Secret, you are marked present. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Leuven, thank you also. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to the chat. We are just getting to the main topic. We are just starting to get to the main topic. So this is the kind of big story. Oh, small montage time. Okay. Let me get over to the AutoTube and make myself small. And get back to the lecture. CC, how am I supposed to do that? What are you expecting of me? You gotta give me some help here. I don't have a general. I don't have... Okay. Remind me when I get to... I'm also going to leave you white because I think that's really funny. Oh, whoops, you got way too tiny, way too tiny. Oh, there we go. Remind me when I undo small montas to move you, if I forget. Okay. But yes, so what happens is that Spain is the battlefront for Muslim on Christian violence. Oh. Hold on. What? Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you for the good catch, Watch Doge. Good catch. Yes, I did spell Cece's name wrong. No, I spelled it even wronger. You want to be CCY Kicks? Not CC Kicks? Too late, I've already corrected it now. Wow, I spelled that pretty wrong. But yes. So, so Spain is a... I'm sorry, Cece. I don't actually have a defense here, other than the fact that you spell it like 5 different ways. Which is pretty impressive. I always have so much trouble finding you on Twitter, because it's not the same. But yes, so the Umayyads come in, they conquer much of Spain, and for pretty much the entire rest of the Middle Ages, Spain serves as a proxy battleground for Islam versus Christianity in general. It serves as a basic whole front line for the whole concept of Islam versus Christianity. And the Christians win, is the basic gist of it. The Christians win in Spain. They're not doing so well in the East, but they do spend pretty much the entire period slowly but surely winning in the West. And this map doesn't really show it, but the Muslim parts that are labeled here as Al-Andalus, after about 1000-ish, they're actually really fractured. They're not really coherent. By like 1000, by 1150, I know they're really messed up. And slowly but surely, the Christian kingdoms take over Spain, usually with lots of backing from non-Spanish Christians. And that's probably the biggest reason why they won, was that it was kind of... There wasn't actually a lot of support for the Muslim Spanish kingdoms. There was some, but it wasn't nearly as coherent as the Christian support for the Christian kingdoms. And so the reason why this matters for our story, there are two reasons why this matters for our story. The first is that this had actually been a major source of slaves. Christianity does not generally allow you to enslave people willy-nilly. The way that European slavery works is that it's very based on capturing people in warfare. And this is a big front line. And they need to be non-Christians. You can't capture a Christian in a war and enslave them. You have to if you capture a non-Christian in a war, you are free to enslave them. Under the way that, just ideologically and legally. But so you can't just capture random Christians and enslave them. You're not allowed to do that. And in the East, Christianity is losing. Christianity had been getting most of their slaves from the Caucasus via Constantinople. People would get enslaved in the Caucasus and then sold at slave markets in Constantinople, and that's how you got slaves in Europe. Slavery was not a huge part of the labor force of Europe, but it was still an important part. And the other source of it was from the Reconquista and from Spain and Portugal, selling Muslim slaves northwards. And what this all adds up to is that in 1492, the Reconquista ends, because the Kingdom of Granada falls. The Sultanate of Granada falls, and therefore there are no more Muslims to enslave. You cannot go to war with Muslims who don't have states to go to war with. And the Crown of Castile y Leon issues the Edict of Expulsion in 1492, banishing all Muslims and Jews from the kingdom. And so now there needs to be a new source of slaves. And the other part of this... All right, Secret, what do you want named after you? I don't... This is always a mess when it's a Just Chatting stream. Ambrook. The bookmark. Okay, hold on. Okay, do you mean the one up here? Oh wow, you got multiple. There's multiple curses on screen now. Okay, the part that is part of the PowerPoint. Okay, let me. Where's the text? And I'm gonna rotate. Can I rotate less than 90 degrees? No. I'm gonna rotate you back. I'm gonna undo that because it's not gonna work. Give it to me. Where is it? Transform, rotate. And you know what? I'm gonna drop shadow and outline. No, what? No, I don't want... What are you doing? No, don't do that. Alright, whatever. Let's go with this. So, excuse me, sorry. So the core of this... There's a couple of things I want you to take away from this. One is that there was a new demand for going to war, basically, just to get slaves and to get resources. And the other part is that Spain is entering this period fairly unstable and with what I am calling a medieval war footing. And what needs to be understood about that is that medieval armies are built on aristocrats. They are built on having an aristocratic class that are people who are permanently not doing anything with their lives other than going to war or getting ready for war. And Spain had way more of those than it needed, and so it had this whole population of armed, trained people who believed, culturally, that their purpose in life was to go around killing other people. That is a scary thing to have too many of. And that is a major piece of the fuel for everything that's going to happen from here. So yeah, as I mentioned before, Iberia had this robust slave trade during the Reconquista, but the collapse of Al-Andalus meant that they had new places they needed to go. And so this is, I mentioned it before, the invention of caravels, which are a type of ship. Caravels are a type of ship that have a different set of sail shapes that are less efficient at using wind, but are able to do a couple of pretty clever maneuvers that allow you to sail, that allow you to capture wind off the angle the wind is coming in. So a traditional square rig sail pretty much follows the wind in the direction the wind is going, but with a triangular rig sail, I'm saying rig, with triangular sails, and if you rig them properly, you can almost go into the wind. So this is the important part of these prevailing winds, is that, so here's Spain, and here's Iberia, and this is the prevailing wind. This is the wind in this region of the ocean almost always goes this direction. The vast majority of the power is going in this direction almost all the time. It can only really reliably be counted to go on to this direction, is to go off the coast of Africa down to Brazil. and the wind coming from along the sub-Saharan coast of Africa. 'Cause here's the Sahara here. The wind coming along the Saharan coast, the sub-Saharan coast, is going northwards. So if you want to go along here, and these are highly populated regions, these are really populous regions, you can't do it with a square sail. You need caravels. So that's really important for what's coming next. Which is the first transatlantic slave trade. And I will probably talk a little bit more about the stats behind this later. The first transatlantic slave trade is primarily driven by Spain and Portugal. And in terms of the total number of slaves moved, much, much fewer than the part where it's primarily run by England and France. England and France will be far more aggressive at getting slaves out there. They will get far more slaves out there. They'll get far, far, far more slaves out there. And so yes. And also it's worth noting that these countries that they're dealing with in Africa, they're not conquering the countries. This is a very interesting topic that I need to research more. I know a little bit about it, but I don't feel like I can speak confidently on this subject at the moment. That the coastal kingdoms of Africa along here. Why am I pointing with? I'm pointing with my finger. These kingdoms along here are very populous. They are organized, and they have guns. They are populous, organized, and they have guns. And so, operating where you have this kind of uncertain logistics network, the Spanish and Portuguese are not interested in actually conquering it. What they do is they find little tiny sandbar islands just off the coast, and they build fortresses, like this one. This is Elmina Castle in Ghana. This is just off the coast of Ghana. And they build this little fortified castle, and they use that as a permanent trading post. And so they buy slaves from these African kingdoms. And I did mention that also some malarial regions. Everybody just dies there anyway. I did mention that everybody doesn't have intrinsic malarial resistance. Quinine isn't discovered for another 4 centuries. We're 400 years out from people having quinine. So, from anti-malarial treatments, really. And so, the African kingdom... So, I mentioned before that the way that you enslave people is you have to find people who are non-Christian and go to war with them. You don't have to do that yourself. You don't have to... You can trade people who have been enslaved by somebody else. So, if you know that everybody in interior Africa is non-Christian, and then somebody on the coast gives you a bunch of slaves from interior Africa and trades them to you, that's fine. That's fine. And how do you know that they were non-Christian? How do you know that they were taken in a justified war? Blah, blah, blah. That's things that will come up a lot in political and theological discussions between Europeans. But ultimately, that would not prove to be... That debate would not carry the day for another several hundred years. At the time, everybody just kind of takes it on faith that you go to the kingdom of Io, and they say, hey, we've got some slaves to sell you for guns, and you just take them at their word that these people were enslaved properly, according to the legal procedures that you believed in as a European. And so, these were, they traded guns and other European things for slaves, and they sold those slaves to Europe, or just used them for their own development. Or they sent them to the New World. And I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I'm going to talk about it now again. So, 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. So, the initial territory, the first place he lands is the island of Hispaniola. Hispaniola is the island that is currently governed in different parts by Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So it's 2 different countries now. The second place they get to is Cuba. These are known nowadays as the Greater Antilles, which are in the northern part of the Caribbean, and they're the two largest islands in the Caribbean. Caribbean is derived from the word Carib, which is an ethnic group, and interestingly, it's where we get the word cannibal from. Is from Carib, because of stories about how the Carib peoples, who I think were an Arawak subgroup, don't quote me on that one, that the Carib peoples, there's all these lurid tales about how the Carib peoples did so much cannibalism. And the original purpose was to trade with China for Asian spices. Partially because there's a little bit of confusion about a lot of Indian spices being Arab. I'm not being Arab, being Chinese. And partially because of like silk, and also there's obviously there's Chinese spices as well, and tea and all sorts of things in China. But there's not any in Hispaniola because it's really far from America to China. Columbus did not believe so. Columbus made some very confident mathematical errors that thought that China was much closer to Europe than it actually was. He thought the Earth was pear-shaped, not spherical. And so he was deeply wrong, and he was in the wrong point, and then he couldn't find Asian spices. So then he argued that... He didn't argue. He attempted to get gold, which is also not really present. And as mentioned, Columbus was, even by the standards of the... even by the utterly sociopathic standards of 1400 Spain. Yeah, exactly. He made a calculated decision, but man, was he bad at math. Columbus is a kind of interesting figure in world history because he was incredibly skilled at one thing. He was incredibly skilled at one thing, which was navigation. He was an incredibly skilled navigator, and I would argue that he had to be at least a pretty skilled political operator, because he did manage to get this expedition funded, despite the fact that most people, other people in the Spanish court had a more accurate understanding of the Earth. He was not like a guy who just like, he didn't show up and was like, hey, I've done these calculations and I'm pretty sure I know I can do this. And nobody had any counter arguments. Other people had counter arguments and were like, no, man, it's not gonna work. You're just going to take a bunch of ships and you're going to go into the middle of the ocean and die. And they were more correct. Like, in terms of the knowledge that they had at the time, that was a more accurate assessment of how his expedition should have gone. Was that he should have gone into the middle of the ocean and ran out of supplies maybe halfway into his journey and just died. But it turns out that America existed, and so he got lucky. He got from his perspective, it was sheer dumb luck that America happened to be within supply range of his operation, which is very, very funny in a lot of ways. But he managed to convince people who knew better that he should get the money and the ships and the men to do this. And the rest is an incredible amount of violence and bloodshed. Oh my god, yeah, no, a lot of people did. So this is going to be what I actually want to talk about for most of today. This is my main thing, is because I got really fascinated by this. So Spain avoided Mexico. So Spain starts out in 1492. They land in Hispaniola. They establish some colonies in Hispaniola and Cuba. They're not very productive. They are kind of a, like, dead zone almost in the Spanish Empire. in the I mean, it's still very early days for the Spanish Empire, but it's kind of just like I said before. There's a lot of minor nobles in Spain, like way more than the Spanish economy can support at the level that they have been expected to live at. There are not enough Spanish peasants and serfs for the ambitions of the Spanish aristocracy, particularly the lower aristocracy. So the lower aristocracy, some of them go over to the Caribbean, and they kind of just hang out in Cuba and Hispaniola, which are, at this point in history, not very economically productive. It will not really be until sugar gets introduced to the Caribbean that those areas become really economically productive from a European standpoint. And so 1519 is when Cortez lands and central Mexico is dominated by somebody you've heard of, the Aztecs. And a thing that doesn't tend to get talked about a lot is that the Aztec Empire is at this point about 90 years old and is intensely unstable, and that's going to come up a lot. That's going to be a major theme I'm going to bring up here a lot. And Cortez functionally proves to be, I call him the crystallization point. I'm going to be talking about him a lot. That the Aztec Empire winds up in a complete free fall and complete destruction very quickly, very, very quickly. And so this art is from one of the Aztec codices, and I love Aztec art. I love Aztec art. So they have drawn Hernán Cortés specifically. These are some indigenous allied porters. Obviously some Spanish soldiers with an extremely off-scale horse. And all the other Spanish soldiers are given helmets to obscure them, but to indicate that they're Spanish. I'm not quite sure what is going on with this gentleman. I do not. There were some African slaves in and amongst Cortez's expedition. I do not know if any of them held a point of prominence. So I do not know if this is supposed to be a prominent African within the expedition, or if he was just seen as, if black people were just seen as so exceptional by this Aztec artist. But this is one of the things I always find really interesting is, here's art of La Malinche, who I'm going to talk about a little bit later, but you can, like, this is how she is traditionally portrayed, is with this up hair, with this curled up hair. And yeah, this is very detailed, very vibrant art, and it's interesting that I can recognize Cortez and La Malinche so interesting, so like directly. So here's something I'm going to just give off, just for us starting. There is a myth that the Spanish military kit was just insurmountably more powerful. That you could put any moron in charge of a Spanish expedition to Mexico and they would win. And this is simply not true. And we know this is not true because before Cortez landed, the Spanish did get into battles with the Yucatec's and the Tabascans, and they lost. They've not, these are not large armies on the Spanish side, but, a Spanish governor died in battle with the Tabascans. Well, not in battle. He suffered a mortal wound while fighting the Tabascans and passed away in Cuba. But, the Yucatec's and the Tabascans did defeat the Spanish in battle when they were even less prepared than they would be later. So it's not that the Spanish military kit, I think, did prove to be a substantial edge, but it wasn't enough to make up for other deficiencies that a Spanish army might have, either numerical or command. which are going to be important because that's a lot. Which are going to be important. This is foreshadowing. I am doing a good writer thing, and I am foreshadowing. I'm letting you know something. I'm letting you know about an argument that I'm going to be making later. So, Hernán Fernando Cortés. So Cortés has a kind of interesting early life, just to begin with. He already starts off with an interesting life. His father is a military captain, and they are very minor nobility. They are incredibly minor nobility. And the plan in the family is that Cortés will go to school to become a clerk. And he will work as a clerk in Spain, and this will be a way for the family to make some money. They are a level of low nobility where going to school to get a professional day job is considered a reasonable thing to do. That is not normal European noble shit. That is not king shit at all. And he fails at this. He's kind of all over the place as a person, which I find interesting. Like, he goes to school, he drops out, he's not known for being particularly physically healthy. He nearly dies when he's like, I think when he's 17, because he gets caught having sex with a Spanish noblewoman. Like, he gets caught by the husband, and the husband nearly beats him to death. I'm assuming he beats his wife to death, because that's what you do in the early modern era, because these people are psychos. I need to emphasize, again, these people are psychos. It would be extremely normal for him to just beat his wife to death instantly, on the spot. And Cortés nearly dies there. And this kind of stuff, I'm telling you, early modern nobles are psychopaths. I am really trying to emphasize that a significant driving force behind all of the events that are going to be unfolding over the next several hundred years are that military aristocrats in the early modern era do not have what any 21st century person would recognize as a reasonable moral compass. They have a moral compass. It is really weird to us. These people are honestly very weird to me. As a lower middle class American, these people are deeply weird to me. And yeah. yeah. I mean, I have a whole rant about the chaos law axis, CC. Ask me on another stream, and I will talk about my whole problem with the D&D alignment system. But that's for another time. So he goes to Cuba, and he's really good at politics. Cortés is a very shrewd political operator, and he's very ambitious. He is ambitious. He is unfocused. He's a type of guy that you can recognize today. He's scheming, and he knows how his schemes work, and he knows how to pull them off. And he is really ballsy. He is incredibly bold and ambitious. He's got like this minor post, and he tries to parlay this into, hey, can I get a ship and go to Mexico and just see if we can make some trade? I'm just going to see if we can do some like little trade relationships in Mexico. And this all seems reasonable and by the books. And then his boss, who I believe at this point is Velasquez, but I might just be betting on that being a common Spanish name. I think his boss was Velasquez. He figures that Cortés is not going to just do this, because Cortés starts getting this together and is getting together way too many ships and way too many men for what he said he's going to do. And Cortés has informants. People like Cortés. This is a very important part of this. People like Cortés. Cortez's bosses don't tend to like Cortez, but Cortez's underlings tend to. Seems to be a very good boss by the standards of the time. By the standards and cultural norms of the time, Cortez seems to be regarded as a very good man to work for. And so he gets he gets informed that his boss is about to cancel the expedition. And so he just leaves. Like, this is why he leaves port with no money. Is that he is loading the ships and he gets alerted, like, hey, the boss might not like this. And so he just gets all the guys together and gives a speech about how grand and glorious of a mission they're going on, and how they have the total backing of the king, which he does not have at all. He absolutely does not have the backing of the king. This is a complete lie. He is completely lying that the king is backing him up. He's totally just lying about that part. And they're going to go on a grand exploratory adventure to Mexico to pay visit to Moctezuma, who they call the King of Kula. I really apologize to any Nahua and Spanish speakers in the audience. That that he's going to go visit the king, who has all this gold and is super rich, and going to try to establish a new type of relationship so that Spain can operate in Mexico. So he leaves with none of the money because they're still loading the ships when he bails. Like, he's like, I need to move, and he moves. He friggin' moves. And I just found this an interesting note. Usually he's Hernan, sometimes Hernando. Apparently in life he preferred Fernando, and that... I don't know what to say about that. I just don't know what to say about that. Like, if somebody's name was, like, Mark and they preferred to go by Bark, like, I guess, man. Like, I don't know. Seems like an odd choice to me, but I just find an interesting note that he preferred this, like, very similar name. And I don't really understand the origin of it. And here's a portrait of him from 1529 from Germany. Hernán Cortés is actually pretty recognizable in almost all of his portraits. Because he's got this, like, kind of long straight hair and this, like, thick curly beard. This thick curly beard that he shaves along the sides. So he's pretty recognizable. In older life, he'll grow it along the chin longer, but, like, he's pretty recognizable in pretty much every portrait you see of him. Which is pretty interesting. Usually, because these are not, like, the most realistic portraits. But you can just kind of tell. He's got that Cortez swagger. So, a thing that you might be asking is, does Cortez speak Nahua? And he doesn't. And none of the people who were on that ship with him did. Cortez speaks Spanish, and probably a couple of variations on Romance languages, but he does not speak Mayan, he does not speak Nahua, he does not speak Tabascan, he does not speak Zapotec, he does not speak any of the languages in the region that he's going into. So, he's also not the first person to arrive there. As I mentioned, the Spanish had fought in Mexico before. And they'd been there before, and a person who had been there before was Geronimo de Aguilar. And Geronimo de Aguilar was a shipwrecked Franciscan friar who got enslaved by the Mayans. There were 12 survivors of a shipwreck. 8 of them... I'm trying to remember what the exact numbers are. I believe 8 of them were sacrificed. 2 more perished under other circumstances. And another one... I forget... it begins with a G. I apologize. Goes fully native. He goes fully native. He converts to the Mayan religion. He gets tattooed up in the Mayan style. He marries a Mayan minor aristocrat, and rises up to become something of a Mayan aristocrat himself. and eventually perishes in combat against the Spanish decades later. But Hieronymo de Aguilar is a Franciscan friar who does speak Mayan. After he speaks Mayan and Spanish. And the other really important person is Malintzin, who I will generally call La Malincha because that's who I know her as. She was baptized as Marina, and because of her actions in this war, becomes christened Doña Marina, which is a term of respect. It's the feminine version of Don, as in like the rank, not just the guy named Don. And in modern Mexico, Malincha is and Malinchisma are terms for being a traitor. She has developed a very negative reputation in the centuries since her death. So she was a slave that was sold to Cortés, and the nature of their relationship is ultimately troubling. There's not really like a nice way. I don't know if there's a clean way to talk about it. She's his advisor. She is his slave. She is his sex slave. Yes, she is. She is Native Mexican. She is Native Mexican. She is... I've never been entirely clear on this, if she is Mayan or an ethnic group that was in the Mayan region that was enslaved by Mayans. But yeah, she's a Native Mexican. She is a Native Mexican. She speaks Mayan and Nahua and a lot of other languages. And she's actually critical to this entire thing. She is extremely critical. And she is Cortez's slave, and they have sex. And she has a son with... Cortez's first son is with La Malincha. And she passes away in 1528, about 20 years before Cortez does. Cortez passed away in, I believe, 1548. And it is a messy relationship. She is instrumental. She is instrumental because one of the things that needs to really be emphasized is that Cortez is a very shrewd political operator. Cortez doesn't speak Mayan, Nahua, Tabascan, etc. He doesn't speak any of these local languages. And yet he is able to make alliances with people. And he is able to read the political mood and make moves within Native Mexican politics very aggressively and very successfully. And it feels insane to say that he would have been able to do that without La Malincha giving him advice. And I think that this is actually... My belief and my argument is that this is actually a lot of why I think Cortez is a really interesting character and what makes him different than other colonial conquerors that I have studied. Than other colonial military leaders that I have studied, is that most colonial military leaders tend to be pretty dismissive of their indigenous informants. Because of racism. They tend to be too racist to believe that their indigenous informants are giving them good advice. That when their indigenous informants say that you're about to walk into an ambush, they're just being cowardly or they're being lazy. Cortez doesn't do this. Cortez does seem to listen to. And so Cortez is clearly willing to murder lots of Native Americans. He is clearly willing to buy and rape a woman repeatedly. He clearly prioritizes the interest of Spanish people over the interest of Native Mexicans, often in very violent ways that would have repercussions for centuries. He is not at the type of misogyny and racism where he gets advice from a Native Mexican woman and doesn't listen to it. He takes her advice. He clearly takes her advice very seriously. And this proves instrumental. So let's talk about the path of destruction. Let's talk about how this all goes down geographically. I'm just going to give you... This is the geographic overview of what happens. So, uh, Cortez lands. I'm just going to take a quick look at something. Yes, Cortez lands somewhat east of here in the Yucatan, and he fights a Yucatec army. The Yucatecs, I want to remind you, the Yucatecs had fought against Spanish forces before and inflicted over 50 casualties on the Spanish force. When Cortez fights them, he... Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, this was the Tabascans. He fights the Yucatecs and does fine. This is the Tabascans, who also inflict 50 casualties. He seizes the Tabascan capital of Potonchan, which is to the east of here. And he pulls off a 220-2 KDR. And this is part of the reason why I am emphasizing that I think things are a little bit different with Cortez, is because earlier Spanish commanders fought the same people and didn't get those kind of results. So he seizes the Tabascan city of Potonchan, founds the city of Veracruz, which is up here. Medellin, I'm assuming is... I don't think he founded it, but it's named after him. Medellin is the city in Spain that he is from. So he founds Veracruz. And then when he goes to Sempoala, this is the definitive moment. To me, this is when things become definitively crazy. Is he goes to Sempoala, and meets with the king, who is a Totonac, and Totonac being a larger ethnic group. So he's not the leader of all the Totonacs, he's just one of many. For some reason, all of the accounts always make a big deal out of the fact that the guy is morbidly obese. That symbolizes something. I don't know if it means more about our sources than anything else. But the chief of Sempoala is this big guy who refuses to meet with Cortez until Cortez is in the city in person. And Cortez and this chief have a conversation. They exchange some gifts. And this chief, within hours, he is telling Cortez, listen, this king that you're trying to meet, he's a bad dude. This king that you're trying to meet, this king of Tenochtitlan, Moctezuma, he's a bad dude. He is a tyrant. He's a tyrant who is oppressing all of the peoples of Mexico. And none of us like him, but we can't beat him. They're the strongest military around. And we can't beat them. But you seem like you've got something new going on. You seem like you have something new going on. So why don't you help me overthrow the king of the Aztecs? Why don't you help me overthrow Moctezuma? This is within hours. And he is proposing this to Cortez. Being honest, this, based on the information Cortez had at the time and the ambitions that he had, I do think that it is more likely that it was proposed by the chief than that Cortez proposed it and that our sources are lying afterwards. Partially because the sources we have don't make it look like Cortez... They make Cortez look incredibly shrewd. Because what Cortez does with this information is he engineers a series of messages to the Aztecs and to the Sempoalans where it basically forces this chief into... So, the Aztecs send some messengers while Cortez is there, and, they're I want to collect some taxes. And Cortez arrests them. And then Cortez arrests them, beats them, and then tells the messengers that this was under the orders of the Sempoala chief, and that Cortez just misunderstood. Cortez just misunderstood the situation. He didn't know who he was messing with. He's really sorry. He's going to go visit Moctezuma in person. Moctezuma should expect him. but this was actually all the Sempaola chieftains doing. So now the Sempaola chieftain is functionally in rebellion against Moctezuma entirely because of Cortez's moves. And Cortez has correctly read the situation that he can get away with this on both sides. He has managed to both get the Sempaola chieftain to understand this as Cortez being on his side, and managed to make it so that Moctezuma doesn't really understand the situation. He's managed to successfully deceive both of them. Now the Sempaolans are in rebellion and allied with Cortez, and Cortez is successfully deceiving the Aztecs into thinking that he is on the Aztec side. Or at least neutral. This is really good. Like, it's psycho shit. I want to be clear here. This is psycho shit. But he's pulling it off. He is pulling it off. And so he goes along this route, and as this suggests, the population centers get denser and denser as you get closer to Tenochtitlan. This is the really other important one, is Tlaxcala. He winds up fighting a battle with some Tlaxcalans on the way to Tlaxcala, but Tlaxcala is one of the independent kingdoms. The Tlaxcala are fully independent of the Aztec Empire. They are totally surrounded. They are fiercely pissed off at the Empire of the Triple Alliance. That's the other word for the Aztec Empire, is the Empire of the Triple Alliance. Because the Empire of the Triple Alliance is a three-part alliance centered around Tenochtitlan, and the three primary member states have a tributary empire over the whole region. Most of these other groups are just tributaries of the Aztecs. They are not integrated. They do not have any say in imperial might. They do not have... It's purely extractive. It is totally extractive, and the Aztecs are not liked. They are not liked by any of their subject people outside of the main three cities, outside of Tenochtitlan, Tlacopan, and Texcoco. So the Tlaxcala are the sort of center point of resistance. So the Tlaxcala are already at war with the Aztecs, and have been for forever, for the entire length of the Aztec Empire, which is like 90 years, basically. He then goes south to Cholula, which is always worth mentioning because Cholula showcases a little bit of what's going on. He goes to Cholula, and he's doing his normal stuff. He goes to these cities, and he holds a little minor parade. He shows off the horses. He fires off one of the cannons to demonstrate what the cannons do. He shows off some jewelry and talks about how he's on this friendly mission. And this is what he's doing. And when he gets to Cholula, he hears that he gets told through a native informant, because again, the Aztecs are so hated that people are siding with him almost intuitively. And he's good at maneuvering, and he's well liked, and people like him. And he gets told by an indigenous person in the area that his troops are about to get ambushed and massacred in Cholula. So he does what Cortez does. And he goes full 100% aggro. This is how Cortez does it. Is that if Cortez has... Like, so far we've seen how Cortez is... What we've mostly seen is that Cortez is a very shrewd political operator who knows how to lie to people to appear to be on both sides of an issue, and knows how to make sure that the side he's committed to is more committed to him than he is to them. What we see in Cholula is how he operates as a military commander, which is overwhelming surprise force. He gets any hint that he is in danger, and he charges. So he just fully attacks the city of Cholula and massacres a huge crapload of civilians. And this is a known massacre to today, and a known atrocity to today, and was an atrocity even by the standards. I think at the time it was not considered that remarkable. It was the sort of thing that in like Italy would happen and would be considered a massacre and a tragedy there and stuff like that, but that also just kind of kept on happening. It wasn't the sort of thing like what he would do later, to be honest, or like what Columbus was doing, where it was so violent and so over the top and so consistent that it actually leads to him losing power. Instead, what it does is it makes him look like a dick to everybody, but it also enforces that he is strong. And like I said, Cortés is generally considered a pretty good boss by his men. He does something. His men are not all of his men are loyal. Some of them prefer the governor, but the men who are loyal to him are loyal to him. And part of it is that he keeps on winning, and another part of it is he is on the front line. He is a frontline commander. He's a frontline commander. He splits paydays evenly with a very fair share with his soldiers. He does not reserve special rations for himself while he's on the march. He does not reserve special privileges, not much anyway. He does not reserve particularly special treatment for himself on the march. So his men are very loyal, and so when he says, boys, we're going in, they go hard. And this is a lot of what keeps him winning, is that he is almost always able to keep the element of surprise because he just hits the full throttle every single freaking time. And so this is the path which leads him to Tenochtitlan. I'm going to take a brief aside to talk about an absolutely sick comic that is currently ongoing. I'm just going to take this comic rules. It's called Aztec Empire by Paul Guinan, David Hahn, and Anina Bennett. It's gorgeous, it's beautiful, sometimes funny. Much of the dialogue is translated directly from the sources. The source list is incredible. I did take some of my research from their source list. Historians approve, the Mexican academics approve of it. Highly recommend Aztec Empire. This is my plug to a group that has never heard of me before, but I am willing to do plugs for things that I love just because I can. I will type it in chat. If you want to learn your Aztec history via comics rather than via VTuber, typing it out. This is why I didn't have it as a hyperlink in here, is because if I hyperlinked it, it shortened it, and I wouldn't be able to do this so easily. So that should do it. I hope I typed that all correctly. It rules. It's beautiful. It's incredible. The tattoo work, I think, is some of the most gorgeous things I've seen. I think they portray some things in really interesting, fascinating ways. Like Moctezuma really comes across as a very noble person. So I'm going to talk. I'm actually gonna. I said this was. I initially planned this slide to be a final summary, but I'm just gonna keep on going on it for a little bit because I think it's super duper cool. So Cortés gets to Tenochtitlan and he meets with Moctezuma. And Moctezuma doesn't really know what to make of this. Moctezuma is a little bit confused and non-committal. Moctezuma is very much the opposite kind of leader from Cortés. Cortés is an extraordinarily ambitious, incredibly aggressive, very bold, very audacious, very high-risk type of leader who moves with his gut incredibly fast. Moctezuma is, by all accounts, a very religious, very scholarly man who thinks things through and doesn't like to move quickly. And as far as I can tell from the Aztec sources, within the standards of how Aztec aristocrats and priests considered a leader to be good, he was considered a pretty good leader. And Cortés is very much the opposite. And Cortés is meeting with Moctezuma, and he gets word during these meetings that the Spanish have that I mentioned before. He extremely does not have permission to do what he's doing. He is very breaking the law at the moment. He is very, very breaking the law. He does not have the authority to do the stuff that he is doing, and his boss is mad. His boss is mad. And his boss has sent an army of Spaniards twice his size, and they're landing at Veracruz. And Cortés goes, "Hey, Moctezuma, I gotta go take care of this." And Cortés leaves behind maybe a quarter of his troops in Mexico City. And then he goes to meet the people who have been sent to arrest him in Veracruz. And he does what Cortés does. He full send attacks. He does a full send attack and completely overwhelms them. And incorporates them into his army. Like, he finds a Spanish army almost twice his size, and he nearly captures the entire army and gets almost this entire army to join his army. This is crazy to me. This is crazy. This guy is some shit. Yeah, this is part of the reason why I tried to emphasize earlier that not just any military commander would have done what Cortés did, because we see Cortés go up against other Spanish commanders and he whips the crap out. He I wouldn't say he slaughters them, because he does better. He captures them. He completely outplays them. He is extremely good at this. He is a incredible... Yeah, he is a psycho. He is a psycho. He is also exceptionally good at being a military commander. I don't have evidence that he is exceptionally good at other parts, at politicking in particular. I don't have a particularly good ability to say that he was... I mean, he's very good at politicking in general. He's very good at politicking at like diplomacy, but at internal Spanish politics, he seems to have a bit of a problem. And we'll get to that as we go on. But, so he goes and he captures the Spanish army, and while he's out there, one of the really famous events in Mexican history happens in Mexico City, which is La Noche Triste, the sad night. Apologies to the Spanish. La Noche Triste. Apologies for butchering your language. And the... what happens is that we're actually kind of unclear on what happened here. Even at the nobody has really a good clarity on this, but the commander he leaves behind gets spooked. It's unclear if he was spooked with good reason, or if he was just being insane and paranoid and jumpy, or if he was just full of bloodlust. But the commander he leaves behind, in charge of the garrison that he left behind in Mexico City, Tenochtitlan at the time, winds up fighting Mexican forces and fleeing the city, and many of them die. This is actually the big moment when Cortés loses a lot of men, is when he lets a subordinate take over, and that person is forced to retreat from a hypothetical ambush. It's unclear. And they get bloodied, and Cortés fights a battle with the main Aztec army, which is a loss. He does lose a battle to the Aztecs. And this is in the aftermath of La Noche Triste. These are like the big casualty events for him. Are those two battles? And that's all. This is all 1519 so far. So he goes into the jungle and starts rebuilding his alliances. And so two things happen. One is that this is when smallpox hits Mexico, is it starting in 1521. And he spends the remainder of 1519, 1520, and the early parts of 1521 rebuilding his alliances. So Mexico City is undergoing a smallpox epidemic. Really, Mexico in general is. And Cortés is building up his allies. And then he lays siege in 1521 to Tenochtitlan, which is one of the biggest cities in the world. Like, it's really worth emphasizing. This is a huge city, and I'm going to go back a couple pages because people might not be familiar with this part. You may notice that this is an island. This is an island on a lake. So, he has taken some Spanish ships and sailed them upriver, and I think with a couple of portages, gotten them into the lake that Mexico City is on. And he has assembled 200,000 allies. That is incredible to me. And this is part of the reason why, again, I've been emphasizing that Cortés is, like, exceptionally good at certain things. And part of the reason why I think that putting him in the same mold as, like, idiot British commanders who don't listen to their Afghan informants in the Afghan war, I think is deeply wrong. Because he builds a mass coalition centered around himself and the Tlaxcala that winds up outnumbering the Aztec Empire's army almost 3-1. And he does this in a language he doesn't speak these languages. He is working cross languages. It's worth pointing out, obviously, that a lot of things, some of this, there's some amount of dumb luck. Disease was certainly helping him, but admittedly that disease is also cutting into those 200,000 allies that he's got right here, his main asset. And you don't create this kind of alliance. And he gets them all to show up for this siege. I want the people in the audience to think about this for a second. I have listed here an 8-way alliance. And there are others who I am not familiar with who were smaller names. And some of these are kind of multi-part. The Totonac is a multi-part alliance by itself. How easy is it for you to get together an 8-player game of Dungeons and Dragons? Speaking the same language with just 8 people. How easy is it for you to get that together? How easy is it for you to decide on pizza toppings for 8 people? And yes, the Aztecs were incredibly hated. It's extremely... If the Aztec Empire were not already unstable and incredibly hated, that's fair if you've never played D&D. The point is more, like, how easy, Secret, would it be for you to organize 8 people to do the same thing together? Like, how easy is it for you to get schedules together for 8 people? Yeah, exactly. It's hard to get together 8 people for almost anything. This guy got 200,000 people together under 8... this is an 8-way alliance. And they are speaking different languages. But, and again, a lot of it is they hate the Aztecs. The Aztecs have been a violent tributary empire for decades. I forgot to make a slide about this, but the Aztecs are practicing human sacrifice. They're doing human sacrifice. They're getting most of their sacrifices from these tributary peoples. Like, they're getting these... The people who they're sacrificing are from these tributary peoples that they've conquered. And so, like, once the Empire... They're hated. And once the Empire shows any weakness... This is... I might talk about the Assyrians at some point. I've talked about them on stream before. It's a similar thing as what happened with the Assyrians. Once the Empire shows any cracks, everybody starts flipping. But they could have flipped earlier, and more to the point that I'm trying to make, I don't know that another Spanish commander would have gotten these various native peoples to go along with the plan. That's a lot of what I'm going for, is that I don't know that other Spanish leaders would have been able to pull this off, because they probably would have been too fucking racist. Bluntly put, most colonial commanders that I have encountered in the historical periods I've studied would not do this, because they would be lazy and chauvinistic, and they wouldn't have faith and they wouldn't have trust in their allies, and they would have excessive faith and excessive trust in their own native countrymen. Cortés knows his own native countrymen are not trustworthy because they are constantly plotting to coup him. He has to work really hard to keep his own army together. His army of like 1,200 guys, he's not paying them. I really want to emphasize here, he is not paying them for this entire time. These guys are going 2+ years without a paycheck. He is breaking the law. He's breaking the law really flagrantly. He is getting them to commit to alliances with non-Christian savages in their eyes. He manages to keep them in order. Part of this is because he wins a lot. Part of this is because he is not putting himself on a higher plane than any of the people he's commanding. Part of this is that he's got a really good understanding of how to play people off against each other. And this seems to be his two main skills seem to be as a tactical commander. He seems to be a extraordinarily good tactical commander, and he seems to be an extraordinarily good small unit leader. And I should say, he seems to be incredibly adept at exploiting internal hatreds. He seems to have a real intuition for these 5 people hate each other. How can I get 4 of them to gang up on one of them, and then 3 of them to gang up on another one, on one of the 4 survivors? Like, he's very good at this. He seems to be exceptionally good at that kind of behavior. He puts down mutinies. Like, he could have been mutinied off the face of the earth, and then I don't know if the Aztecs get conquered by somebody else. But I do think that they do not get conquered in 1521. I do think it goes by a separate path. The way that it goes down is that Cortés manages to capture Moctezuma. Moctezuma gives a not very good speech trying to convince the Aztecs to cease and desist. Somebody who's trying to throw a rock at Cortés actually beans Moctezuma, and Moctezuma bleeds out of a cerebral edema a couple days later. Moctezuma gets replaced by Cuauhtémoc, who is an actually good military commander who passes away of disease. And then the last Aztec empire is Cuauhtémoc. Cuauhtémoc, so many apologies for the Nahua speakers out there. Cuauhtémoc is... Yeah, Moctezuma was really the wrong guy at the wrong time. I don't get the impression that he was a bad... Like, I mean, he oversaw lots of human sacrifice and governed a brutal tributary extractive empire. But also, like, I don't know. Seems like within the standards of these kind of kings, he was just... He wasn't ill-suited to every possible job he could have... Every possible reign. But if he had been 20 years earlier... maybe it would have been better. And if Cuauhtémoc had been in Moctezuma's place, maybe things would have gone differently. But Cuauhtémoc is the last is the last king of the Aztecs, and he is captured on a canoe, escaping from the city, and Cortés tortures him because he believes that Cuauhtémoc has access to some massive gold reserve that he is hiding, and he doesn't. Later, Cuauhtémoc gets executed by Cortés under very different circumstances, because he thinks Cuauhtémoc is fomenting a rebellion, which he might have been. But yes, actually, to back up and talk a little bit more about the siege in particular, Cortés shows up with like 1,000 or so Spaniards. There are 200,000 native allies. There are 80,000 Aztec soldiers inside Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan is an island city, and it is not... This is not a mid-size European medieval city. This is a no-shit, fuck you, super built-up modern city. This is... They are settling it... This was a... If the weaponry and tactics had been a little bit further along, this would have been a, like, Stalingrad-esque type siege, or something like that. You know, Siege of Danzig or something like that. This would have been brutal house-to-house fighting. As it stands, it was already brutal. The reason why they brought those ships there was so that they could start leveling houses on the outskirts of town, so that they could send in engineers to start leveling like that's how they won the siege. Was they just leveled whole neighborhoods house by house by house. Like, they leveled a substantial portion of the entire city in order to deprive the Aztec warriors of ambush points. Like, that's the kind of siege we're talking about here. We are talking a nasty fucking siege. You know, this is nasty stuff. And so, yeah, the Spanish win, and notably the Tlaxcala get a lot of privileges that I think they retained. Yeah, Gracia's actually pretty... level... Okay, I mean level in the sense of the building is no longer there. If there were people there, they probably killed them. But presumably people started running away. They probably captured a lot of people, because this was a mass enslavement event as well. But I do mean they went to a house and they knocked it over. The house is simply no longer there. This is not a... I do think that this also does speak a little bit to the differences between having mutual access to firearms and not, because if the Aztecs... It wasn't a mega city. It was a several 100,000 person city. Again, the army was 200,000. The army was 200,000. Which is huge. I really want to be clear that is such a huge army. 200,000 is so big, as armies go. Especially because if you were like 100 years earlier in Europe, an army of 10,000 was considered really big. Like, the 10,000 was like the biggest armies that fought in the 100 Years' War, and the 100 Years' War only ended like a century prior. Not even. It was less than 100 years earlier that it ended. Like, Joan of Arc never had 100... I don't think Joan of Arc ever had 100,000 troops. I'm pretty sure she never had more than 10,000 troops. Like, this is... Yeah, this is... they all participate. All 200,000 of those did participate. This was not a... The Spanish may have provided the leadership, but this was a pan-Mexican turbo alliance against the Aztecs. Again, people hated the Aztecs. really gotta emphasize that people hated the Aztecs. And so this is a really metal piece of art where you can see like Spanish pikes and armor. You can recognize Cortés. Hold up, you can recognize Cortés down here. You can see the Great Temple on fire over here, which I don't know how well that works because it's made of stone. I don't know how well that works. There may have been fires on it because there were probably some wood superstructures on it, but yeah, you can see the ships in there. This was brutal. This was nasty, and the Aztec Empire was a deeply centralized empire. It was a very deeply centralized empire, and it's worth remembering, and I feel like this is insane. Remember that Cortés left without any money. He didn't have any money for this. He is keeping his army motivated off of promises of future loot, which is why he feels compelled to torture Cuauhtémoc for gold, is because he needs something to pay his army after they win. Which gets us to the really important thing to capture, which is the tax register. Yeah, he pulls it off for 2 years. He pulls it off for 2 years. What the hell? I mean, I don't know how much of it was left standing. I do know that even some of the Spanish soldiers talked about crying. Some of the Spanish soldiers talked about crying about how beautiful the city was when they first walked in and how ruined it looked after they got done sacking it. That is a thing that is reported in the records. I don't know how true it is. I don't know how true that is, but I do know it's a thing that is said in the records. But yes, the really important thing... Yes. 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 I should also probably point out that Cortés was not on the hook for paying the 200,000 allies. He was just not on the hook for that at all. He was on the hook for paying his 1,000 Spanish soldiers. He was on the hook for them. But those 200,000 allies, they were getting paid by however Tlaxcala and Chalco, Sempaola, etc., however these groups were paying their people. Whatever their logistical and financial networks were, they were doing it completely independently of the Spanish. The Spanish basically set up, here's our goal, here's when we're going to do it, here's the battle plan. How you get here, that's up to you. But he didn't set up he did not handle the logistics for anybody other than the Spanish. Those were handled by those native groups. So he kept together 1,000 people together with, trust me, bro, I'll pay you later. But the other 200,000 were kept together with, almost anything is better than having the Aztecs in charge, is what he was actually keeping them together with. Was, surely this cannot be worse than having the Aztecs in charge. Spoiler, it was, depending on who you were. For most people, it was worse. So, he captures the Aztec tax rolls. And that's the actual loot, is not the gold. There is Aztec gold, but it's not actually all that much considering the scale of what is going on here. But the Aztec tax rolls, their Aztec tax codex, that is where he gets the money. That is how he pays off his soldiers. So let's get going. I'm just going to mention a little bit here. I'm just going to talk a little bit about there were a lot of other major kingdoms. I'm just going to talk about, these are three of the major non-Yucatan kingdoms. I'm saying non-Yucatan for a reason. I'll talk about that in a second. So the non-Yucatan powers, who are like central Mexico, around the area of Mexico City, which is easily the most densely populated part of Mexico to this day. It's like, there was a real life lore video about it. I think it's 70-80% of Mexicans live in the area surrounding Mexico City, in what's known as central Mexico. Tlaxcala, and the Tlaxcala allied with the Spanish early. They fought one battle with the Spanish, and then they allied with Cortés, and they stuck with them. And they stuck with them hard, and they were rewarded for their loyalty. the Tlaxcalans were rewarded for their loyalty. They were exempt from many of the colonial laws governing what you have to do as a native under Spanish rule. There were no encomiendas in Tlaxcala land, as far as I know. I believe there were Tlaxcala who were given encomienda, which is a concept I'll talk about in a moment. I am going to talk about the encomienda. Do not worry about it. The Tlaxcala get a very privileged position for pretty much the rest of Mexican history. Obviously, nowadays, they don't really, and it's a kind of uncomfortable topic in Mexican society, but but for most of the colonial era, the Tlaxcalans were a privileged people. The Purepecha are a really interesting one, because the Purepecha put up a symbolic resistance, and then when the Spanish show up later, and it's not Cortés, it's maybe is it Guzman? It might be Guzman. They surrender on the belief that they'll get better terms if they surrender. And then the king who surrenders tries to, like, figure out a way to weasel his way out of Spanish control, and he is lying to the Spanish about his taxes. Like, he says, oh yeah, you know, this is how much we're collecting and I'll send you 1/4 of it. And he's sending them more like 10%. So he's lying to the Spanish about that. And then he gets found out. And then they get a coup. And they get couped by the Spanish. And the Spanish put in a Spanish government over the Purepecha. And then it stabilizes after that point. And the Zapotecs, who surrender peacefully at first. And then just constantly rebel. For like centuries. And I am specifying non-Yucatan. I'm gonna... Do I have a map of Mexico in here? I don't have a good map of Mexico in here. Hold on a second. Let me go grab a map of Mexico, just for argument's sake. Oh, thank you, thank you. Also, I forgot about about the fact that it's been more than 10 minutes since Small Montas. This is what you get when you get me really excited, is that I keep on talking and talking and talking. So let me grab Cece, because Cece wanted to be my hair. Cece wants to be my hair. And let me go grab a image of a map of Mexico. Very quickly. Yes, you are. Oh no, I don't want to look at that. I don't want to load Google Maps. It'll take forever. I want Wikipedia. So where's a good map of Mexico in here? So, yeah, Small Montas was still active. I didn't even think about it. So let's window capture, gaming window grab. Where's Wikipedia? Wikipedia. Don't want that, don't want that, don't want that. I want Wikipedia. I want Wikipedia. That's OBS. I think this might be the right window. Let me just test out this thing here. No, that's the wrong window. Firefox, colonialism, where is it? Give me the right window. That's definitely the wrong window. I'm gonna just pray this is the right window. Yes, this is the right window. Okay. Okay. So, let me just resize a little bit so it's not over chat. So this is a climatological map of... Oh wow, has it been that long? Jesus. This is a climatological map of Mexico. This is the area we're talking about is here, which is relatively temperate, and thus really good farmland. This is the Yucatan over here. This peninsula, the peninsula where Mexico goes up into the Gulf of Mexico. That's the Yucatan. The Yucatan is where the heartland of the Maya peoples, who you've almost certainly heard of. Also, this climatological map, I kind of grabbed it because it should showcase why almost everybody in Mexico lives in here. This is all desert up here. This is all desert up here. It's very hard. It's very hard living up here in a sort of population density. So this is the Yucatan, and it's the center of the Mayan peoples, and it will take the Spanish almost 200 more years to conquer the Mayans in the Yucatan. The Yucatan is they're going to spread out from Mexico City really rapidly along these areas. But the Yucatan Peninsula is going to resist for like 200 years. It's going to be a real mess. So I am not talking about the Yucatan today because it's a violent mess. And it takes much longer. And I am talking early history. So that's how New Spain was formed. But what was New Spain like? So New Spain was a mess. Most parts were like I just mentioned with the Puripuche. The Puripuche is a really canonical example of how this kind of thing goes down, where there's an independent kingdom, and then it gets turned into a client kingdom, and then that client kingdom becomes a pain in the ass to the Spanish, and the Spanish just then replace it with a local Spanish government. And so this all happened right after Spain had inherited the Habsburg crown. So this map I don't really like because the colors aren't very bold, but it was the best map I could find on reasonable notice of what the Habsburgs ruled. So the King of Spain inherits the crown of Habsburg, which... Look at this crap. Look at this crap. The Netherlands, some of the richest land in Europe. Half of Italy, admittedly the poorer half of Italy, but still half of Italy. Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, and for those of you who are familiar with Europa Universalis or German history in general, you might be thinking, well, Watch Doge, you actually hit on something important here, which is, if you are familiar with German history from this period, you might be thinking, wait a second. Austria, Bohemia, aren't those electors of the Holy Roman Empire? And they are electors of the Holy Roman Empire. They are not just electors of the Holy Roman Empire, they are the crown of the Holy Roman Empire. So, the King of Spain has just gotten a promotion to Holy Roman Emperor. On top of controlling all of Spain and this direct administration in Italy and the Netherlands. So they don't just control bits of Germany, they control functionally all of Germany on top of this. So they control virtually all of Western and Central Europe. Yep, HRE moment. They are functionally at this point in European history. There is France, there are the Ottomans, and there is the Habsburg Empire. Arguably, there's the Burgundian Empire. England technically exists. England, Denmark, and Sweden technically exist at different points. It depends a lot. It depends a lot on the era. There are parts of the Middle Ages where they control significant amounts of it. This map is kind of neat because you can see the legacy of some of history's most insane monsters, the Borgias, and in the Papal States. Um, you've got Italy is really kind of down to Florence, the Papal States, and Venice as your main parts of Italy left. But yeah, the HRE did control at least as far south as Bologna at Bologna. Being American has broken my brain on that city. I feel so bad for the Bolognese because I don't know how you pronounce the city. It looks like Bologna to me. That's being American has broken my brain. It just looks like Bologna to me. That's I I can't imagine that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. But Bologna is what I wanted to be pronounced. I gotta look this up. Canceling stream so I can look this up. But that city would be under the Papal States at this point in history. There would be a lot of wars. I believe its independence was partially a result of the War of the League of Cambrai, which is absolutely... Yeah, right, it breaks your brain. I think it's Bologna. The League of Cambrai is perhaps the most confusing war in all of human history. It's some nonsense. The War of the League of Cambrai is some absolute nonsense. But yeah, so this is happening at the same time. No. I don't actually know what the War of the Bucket is, but I don't actually know what the War of the Bucket is. The War of the League of Cambrai is also known as the main Italian War. When people talk about the Italian wars, they tend to mean the War of the League of Cambrai. Somehow, every single participant in the War of the League of Cambrai switches sides twice. It's extremely... It's insane. It makes no sense. But yeah, so Spain is coming in super hot. Spain is rolling on a heater at this time. All right, Cyber Guy. Yeah, absolutely. Have a good evening. Have a good evening, Cyber Guy. Thank you for showing up here, and I'm sure you'll enjoy watching the VOD at a later point. But yes, so I'm mostly just saying this to emphasize that the Habsburgs have a really complicated political situation just going into this. So what was New Spain actually like? So the first thing to kind of know is that the Habsburgs viewed New Spain as basically just a giant mine. They didn't take it very seriously. They did not think that it had an enormous amount of economic potential. They kind of left it to its own devices. One of those things that is going to be very non-standard about New Spain is, I mentioned before that the Tlaxcala were a privileged ethnic minority. The settlers who come in from Spain sends a lot of settlers to New Spain. They're going to interbreed pretty heavily with the indigenous people. And so for those of you who are not familiar with Mexicans as a people, like if you don't meet a lot of Mexicans in your life, their ethnic identification is generally very different than how US Americans identify, and very different from Europeans, where it's very complicated, much more so than Americans. And so I am a white USian. I am a white US American. Statistically speaking, I have at least 1% of my ancestry is Native American. Just raw statistics for being an average white American in 2024. Because that's just what we found through genetic testing, is that I eventually have a Native American ancestor, if you go back far enough. Probably. They are much closer and much more frequent in Mexico and in Central America. And so there's a lot of complexity, there's a lot of confusion, and it does make it so that the way that the US was governed, the US was governed on the US governance was, for pretty much its entire history, explicitly racist. explicitly turbo racist from like the 1700 onwards, where you have white people, you have black people, and you have Native Americans. And these are explicitly segregated groups that are not supposed to interbreed with each other. This is not how things go down in Mexico. So Mexican people tend to have a lot more indigenous ancestry than a white USian. And unsurprisingly, this leads to people in Mexico and Central America, and particularly Brazil, having... I'm not going to say there's not racism. I'm going to just say that it's different. Which lines they use for which races are different, and what attributes they consider important are different. I just include this art because I feel like it's important for you guys to have some visual enrichment from time to time. This is a beautiful 1695 painting of the Central Plaza, the Plaza Mayor, that's to say the major plaza of Mexico City from 1695. I just think it's gorgeous. I think it kind of shows that this is Mexico City. This is what Tenochtitlan was, and it is now in 1695 a very European city, a very European style city, with very bustling tradeways. So the encomienda, I mentioned the encomienda. These become possibly the most important single governing institution in Spain, in New Spain. So as I mentioned before, Cortés has been going off. This is what Cyber Guy has been so enchanted by. Cortés has been going off, and he hasn't been paying people. He has not been paying his troops. Also, by the way, this is the graphic warning. I should have given that warning before, but this is the really graphic image. This one, I think, is really fucked up. The Cortés has not been paying his troops. So he gets the Aztec tax rolls, which is the list of tributary villages. And so if you were from one of the tributary kingdoms that rebelled, like Sempaola, that's one thing, right? If you were from Sempaola, that is one thing. But if you were one of the many, many Aztec client tributary villages that did not join Cortés in rebellion, then what Cortés does is he gives your village, the whole village, to his soldiers. Yeah, and this is functionally serfdom. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this term, serfdom is a European economic system where an aristocrat owns land. Okay, the aristocrat owns land, and the peasants who work that land are not allowed to leave it. So technically speaking, it is not slavery. Technically, a serf is not a slave. Technically, the manor lord of a serfdom manor does not own the serfs on his land. He just gets to set rules about their economic activity, govern who they're allowed to marry, restrict where they're allowed to travel to, and is their primary point of contact for the entire legal system if they have any complaints about how he's ruling them. So, serfdom is a brutal system under the best of circumstances. Cortés has taken serfdom and given the guys in charge, it's very close to slavery. It is very, like I said, it's technically not slavery. The distinctions feel sometimes like a distinction without difference. Sometimes there are definitely more legal limitations on what you're allowed to do compared to particularly American chattel slavery. I do think there's always sometimes some confusion because the American version of chattel slavery was very specific. It was very, very specific and very unlimited. And because it was such a big institution for such a long time in the country that has become, apologies to everybody else on the planet, apologies for this one, but America has become the de facto cultural and historical leader for the planet for the last century, this means that American norms and American ways of talking become the norm, and so the nearly limitless power that American slave owners had over American slaves has become kind of the default vision of slavery, at the expense of having a more expansive notion of slavery. So when I was teaching slavery as a teacher, I tended to use the more academically preferred forced labor, because that includes a couple of things that are in basically every way that you give a crap about slavery, but they don't involve things like being able to sell people. And that's one of the things about the encomienda system, is that you were not really permitted to sell your slaves. You are not permitted to sell your serfs. Where I was going with this is that in the kind of traditional vision of serfdom that you have from like Russia or Germany, or even like France or Hungary, we're talking about a manor lord who inherited his manor from his father, and who inherited the manor from his father, and who knows that his options for economic growth are basically determined by the success of managing the manor in question, and that the serfs in question are like, you are born into managing a manor. Cortés gives manors to an entire new class of people who did not own land before, did not inherit land, did not inherit a manor in a feudal system, have been lifelong military adventurers. That's where I'm really going with this. He is taking a bunch of lifelong military adventurers whose entire route to success their entire life has been to move fast and break things, and those things are usually other people's skulls. And he has given them total economic and legal dominance over entire villages. How do you think they acted? How do you think people who got into this business to get rich quickly, who do not know how to manage things, and who do know how to kill people, how do you think they try to make a profit off of a farm? Yup. Very much that kind of situation. These guys have a specific set of skills, and on top of that, very much on top of that, the people that they are ruling over, like, what if you become a manor lord in Europe, you are surrounded by other hereditary manor lords, even if you're a new manor lord, even if you are a European aristocrat who seized power from another aristocrat in violence and got ennobled for feats of daring and warfare, you're surrounded by other people who have a stable system. And importantly, the people you're ruling over are Christians. That's a very important caveat on this. I mentioned earlier that something changed in the modern era. An important part of that change was the military revolution. And it's not just that gunpowder enabled warfare to become more violent, it's not just that states got more centralized and that allowed them to make bigger armies. It's that the Catholic Church saw an increasing inability to exert cultural and political influence over aristocrats across the continent. And one of the main things that they had done, one of the main things that makes medieval warfare so different from modern warfare, is that the Catholic Church had successfully convinced people that murdering Christians is wrong. And that you need an exceptional... People still murdered Christians all the time, obviously. There was a lot of warfare in the medieval period. But you needed a good reason for it. You needed to justify it. It needed to be justified, and it needed to be contextualized when you are murdering other Christians. And they did not apply the same logic to murdering non-Christians. This is part of why the Reconquista and the Crusades happen the way they do, is that the Catholic Church has managed to convince people that Christians are a class of people who deserve special, gentler treatment than other people. So these people are outside of that. Are outside of that protective aura. Which, again, not the strongest protective aura. It is not the same as not getting killed. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That is very much a part of the logic here. So, again, these people were psychos by the standards of a society that also believed that if people were non Christian, you could do incredible violence to them. Like, it goes really badly for pretty much all of the indigenous people in the encomienda system. The encomienda system is brutal and ruthless and is the origin point of a lot of revolts and a lot of bitterness down to the present day. And this is what Cortez's option for paying his soldiers so they don't murk him. So let's talk about these colonial elites, because this is what I was just talking about. These are aristocrats in tenuous positions. As I mentioned, Cortez was technically an aristocrat, but he was from an aristocratic family that was so poor that paying him to go to school to learn how to do math so that he could be a clerk to a merchant was on the table as a road to success. And these people are backstabbing each other constantly. So Cortez, as I mentioned, Cortez departed on this whole expedition in a rush because he was probably going to get fired, if not arrested, when he was setting off. He was counting on the idea that if he won, the victory would be so cool and would give so much glory to Spain that he would be forgiven ex post facto. Which he was right about. Remember that people sent an army to arrest him while he was going on and he managed to parry it? He has enemies. And he is extremely good at managing the enemies underneath him, but when it comes to the Spanish aristocracy above him, he is struggling. Because they correctly, or I should say accurately, perceive him as an upstart aristocrat, and perhaps more accurately perceive him as incredibly ambitious, incredibly violent, and incredibly competent. Ambitious and competent is the worst thing your underling can have. If you play Crusader Kings, this is a lesson that you learn very, very quickly, is that it is one thing to have vassals who are idiots, it is another thing to have a vassal who hates you, but it is actually a problem if you have ambitious, competent vassals. Those are the problem vassals. And so he has aristocrats above him who are constantly maneuvering to try to screw him over. So Cortez goes, and this is kind of a sign of how charming he is. Cortez has all these accusations against him that he is doing incredible violence to the native people of Mexico, which is perceived as a problem. I want to be clear here. That is perceived, culturally speaking. The Spanish crown does not like this. He is also perceived as mismanaging the governance that he is doing, and he is very accurately perceived as having massively overstepped the boundaries of his authority. And so he goes in person to Spain to talk to Charles V. Charles V is the famously inbred Habsburg king. And he talks to he just charms his way out of it. He just charms his way out of all these accusations to Charles V's face. Charles V just talks to him for a couple of days and is like, I don't think he did it. I don't think he did this stuff. Incredible maneuver. Incredible maneuver. And so yeah, this is what I'm gonna be talking about this all the time. That the place where you get conquistadors from, the place where you get colonial administrators from, is primarily the people who are really driving for conquering new land are aristocrats who are non-wealthy. It is not the wealthy aristocrats. Because it's the non-wealthy aristocrats who have an impetus to conquer new land, because the whole problem is that they have a title, but they don't have the money and land that they feel entitled to, that is supposed to justify their position as aristocrats and is their God-given due as aristocrats. And the way you get that land and money is by killing other people and taking it. And if you can't do it in Europe, you do it somewhere else. And that's going to be the major driver of colonialism. And I'm going to probably say that exact sentence almost every single time we do one of these. Anyway, I find this portrait of Charles V kind of interesting. He was alive at the time. It's meant to make him look flattering. I don't know. Beauty standards change over time. I think it's a hideous haircut. I would say his skin looks really clear, but I'm guessing that's just because it's kind of hard to paint pimples. So, the first... Yeah, exactly. Magda's before it was cool. So the first government that is done in Mexico is known as the Audiencia. So Audiencia was already a concept within Spain. It was a type of... It was a 3-judge council. So it was a judiciary. And the crown had established an Audiencia to rule over Cuba. So they just had already been doing that, and then they make another one for New Spain. And the first Audiencia, most famously ruled by Guzman, of the 3, Guzman was the one who became the most famous, was a shit show. They antagonized everybody in a drive to get more land and get more money as fast as possible. They were squeezing everybody from every direction. They clashed with all of the people they were actually ruling over. They did see territorial expansion. And Guzman eventually gets arrested for excessive cruelty by the standards of the time. A lot of the reason for that was this guy who I've pictured here, Juan de Zumarraga, who was a very strong opponent of the Audiencia. And this is as good of a time as any to mention that a lot of the conflict that is going to define Mexican governance for the New Spain period, a lot of the conflict that is going to define New Spain's governance is between the Catholic Church and the aristocracy. They are sometimes allies. The Catholic Church and the aristocracy are sometimes allies. But they have a very dramatic cross-purpose. And the very central part of that cross-purpose is that the Catholic Church, in principle, I always want to emphasize that just because you hold a set of principles and you hold a set of beliefs doesn't mean you actually live up to them all the time. The Catholic Church is very much of the principle that the point of being in the New World is to convert people to Christianity and save their souls. And they need to be alive in order for you to do that. And then once they're Christianized, you have limitations on the kind of violence that you can do to them. They have rights as Christians. So this is how the Catholics view things, is that there are now an enormous number of non-Christian people who can be brought into the faith, and it is our divine duty to bring them into the faith. Doing so, if you convert large swaths of the native population to Catholicism, then that means that the encomiendados, I apologize for my Spanish, encomienderos, that the encomienderos are now under greater restrictions on the way that they are allowed to rule their encomiendas. That they are subject to restrictions on, how much they can flog people, how much they can whip people, on their ability to summarily execute people, on their right to rape anybody they see fit. If those people convert to Catholicism, those people are now... It is now a problem for the Catholic Church if you do whatever you want. The phrase that I always like, which was describing the Roman Empire, and I learned it from The Dawn of Everything, and I forget the citation they were citing another person, a Roman historian. The Roman concept of freedom is the freedom to do unto others without the expectation of them doing anything unto you. The ability to do things one way is the Roman concept of freedom. And that's the concept of freedom that the encomiendas want. Yes, exactly. The encomienderos didn't like that very much. They want to do whatever they want and be responsible to nobody and whip their serfs until they get as much crops and gold and silver in particular, because there is actual productive silver in the New World, not as much gold, as they can. And they don't want the Catholic Church sticking their nose in it and saying, why are you making people work on Sunday, for example? There's a very classic one. Why are you making your slaves work on Sunday? They're not allowed to work on Sunday. It's the Lord's Day. This day is for God. The encomienderos want those people working 7 days a week. That's a 14% cut to productivity if they're not working 7 days a week. So the Catholic Church is clashing constantly with the encomienderos, and the Audiencia has managed to somehow piss off the natives, the encomienderos, and the Catholic Church all at once. So the governance... So, remember, we're starting in 1521. And we've got about a 20-year period of bullshit. We've got about a 20-ish year period of bullshit, where the Audiencia and the first viceroys are having a whole lot of trouble. And so Cortés, as mentioned, Cortés wins in 1521, and he briefly assumes a nearly godlike level of celebrity. He seems free to do whatever he wants. And so the thing is that he's not very good at management. To be honest, I kind of think he has horrible ADHD like me. I kind of think he has horrible ADHD. He is not good at sitting still. He is not good at the peaceful part of governance. He is good at intrigue. He is good at diplomacy. He is good at conquering. And so he tries to do those things when he can. I mentioned before that he does eventually... Yep. Yep. Yep, that is, I think, a very important lesson to learn about this. So Cortés goes on an expedition to Honduras, and this is actually where Cuauhtémoc dies, is that he goes on his expedition into Honduras, and he's trying to get ahead of some of his own troops, so he goes off the beaten path. He goes through the woods instead of going along the trails, and you may remember from that climate map, we're talking about a jungle. We're talking about a Spanish guy and horses going through a jungle and not having farms that he can loot or trade with. So it's actually a mess. The Honduras expedition is a mess. And he takes Cuauhtémoc and a bunch of Aztec aristocrats with him, partially as a show of force, but also because he doesn't trust them to be left alone with anybody else. He's like, I can't leave Cuauhtémoc alone. And supposedly, allegedly, Cuauhtémoc and some of the other Aztec aristocrats did try to organize a on-the-march coup against Cortés, and Cortés hangs all of them while they're on this march. The expedition is ultimately a failure. He arrives later than the force that he was trying to beat the march to, and he just sails back to Mexico City after that. Cortés ultimately kind of develops a reputation for being just kind of a force of destruction, which, to be fair, he is. He is kind of an extremely unmanageable tornado. He is a whirlwind of destruction, and is a problem if you don't have him pointed away from you. It is very much a case of just make sure he's pointed away from you, and they're having trouble doing that, so he gets increasingly marginalized. And the turning point where we get into the post-Cortés era, Cortés dies in 1548, is 1542, is that there's legislation passed in 1542 and 1543 that limits the rights of the encomienderos on the encomiendas in general, not just on Christian grounds, but on basic legal grounds, on full legal grounds. They are not allowed to do certain things. And a huge portion of why this happened was Bartolomé de las Casas, Bartolomé de las Casas is one of the most interesting and complicated ideological figures in the entire history of Western Christianity. He is a tireless advocate of Native American rights. He does not believe in abolishing the encomienda system. I realize I spelled encomienderos wrong. He does not believe in abolishing the encomienda system. He believes in keeping it. He has an encomienda. He is a reformer. He does not think that the problem is the fundamental nature of feudal manneralism. He thinks the problem is the endless violence, and he does not think that it is intrinsic to the encomienda system. He thinks that it is a result of lawlessness and greed and disobedience to Christianity, because he is a very Christian man. He is very much a Catholic. I believe he's a Dominican. He is not making the argument that the encomiendas are an intrinsically horrifying institution that need to be abolished. Again, he has an encomienda. He is making the argument that Native Americans need to be treated closer to how European peasants are treated. So he is going to make an argument. I think it's really funny that you're already confused, Watch Doge, because I haven't actually said the insane part. Bartolomé de las Casas is going to make one of the most fascinating and important arguments in all of European modern history. He is going to make the argument that in defense of Christianity and in defense of the Native Americans, it is time for New Spain to start the mass importation of African slaves. Yep. I need to give myself a little stretch there, but I felt like that was one of those ones that's worth waiting on for a second. So, part of his argument is that the Native Americans are... He is a Catholic. All people under the Catholic Church, remember Catholic means universal, all people who convert to the Church are alike in human dignity. All of us are equally savable. We may not have equal positions on the earthly planet. There may be a rightful aristocracy and a rightful organization for the economy, but in terms of the savability and dignity, basic human dignity, all people are alike. That is a fundamental belief of his. One of the things that I did not mention there is that part of the issue that he thinks is going on is that Native Americans are simply too physically frail for the level of labor that the encomienda system puts them under. That they are not constitutionally able to do the kind of hard labor that is being expected of them. And he is also, and he is saying that sub-Saharan Africans are hardier and would be more able to tolerate this level of work without dying of overwork. He's also making a kind of complicated argument. Part of his argument, one of the arguments he musters is kind of complicated, is that part of the reason why there is so much bloodshed in New Spain and, as we'll get to later, in Gran Colombia in South America, part of the reason why there's so much bloodshed is that the Native Americans are capable of slipping out of the encomiendas and fomenting rebellions in the countryside. That they are capable of slipping out and finding people who have not been incorporated into the encomienda system and marshaling them into functionally slave revolts against the encomienda system, and then those slave revolts have to be put down violently by the Spanish forces. That is part of the cycle of bloodshed, is you beat people a whole bunch, they escape, they form a rebel army out in the mountains, they start attacking you, you have to go kill them. that is a repeated cycle of violence that keeps on happening, and he sees the importation of sub-Saharan Africans as a way of ending that part of the cycle of violence. He's also making the argument that other people would make that the we need to be prioritizing saving souls. And so if we buy slaves from Africans, we go to Africa, to those fortresses like I had at the start of the slideshow, and we buy slaves, and we import them from Africa to our holy Christian world, that means we now have a captive audience to convert to the Holy Church. So, it has been 21 years since Cortés landed in Mexico, or since Tenochtitlan fell, not since he landed in Mexico. It's been 24 since he landed in Mexico. 23 since he landed in Mexico. 21 since he conquered Tenochtitlan. It has been 50 years since Columbus landed in the Americas. And we have wound up in this situation where Spain, a country that was defined by violent expansion for decades, is increasingly suffering from a hangover from the effects of having a bunch of undirected murdering psychopaths just kind of getting to do whatever the hell they want. They do not like what is going on here. They want this to be a productive, peaceful area where they do not have to constantly be sending in the military. They do not want it to be an area, very importantly, they do not want it to be an area where aristocrats are building up tons of power totally independent of the crown. They don't like what's going on here, and so they are starting to put into place laws that will tame central Mexico. Yeah, it worked really well for that. They were partying hard for a while, and this is when they start to try to rein it in and cool things down a little bit. Because, this is actually the argument that people tend to make from the American world, is that that Spain expands in general too fast, both physically and in terms of money. They monetarily expand too fast, and it overheats their entire economy, and then the entire economy spends 200 years imploding. I think this is too simple. I think it's too simple of a causation, and I think it's also rests on an understanding of how economies work that I think is just wrong, if I'm being blunt. And I believe that is my last slide that I prepared for today. So, here are some of the sources I used for this specific one. The Course of Mexican History. This book is great. It's a bit old. Both of the two books on the left are pretty old. They're really good. Alan Knight is fantastic. He's more of a modern historian. This colonial stuff was him kind of going backwards in time, but he's been my main source for learning about like the anarchist movement in Mexico. He's an incredibly good historian. I love Alan Knight. Michael Meyer and William Sherman wrote the Course of Mexican History is a very good book. It is written a little moralistically. It's a little bit of a high school textbook thing where it sometimes states the moral positions of the authors more explicitly than is fashionable for 21st century historians. Personally speaking, I appreciate it. I think it's better to just do it than to dick around. They just say when they think somebody was brilliant or when they think somebody was an idiot. I kind of appreciate the honesty and the straightforwardness, because I'm allowed to question them. I'm willing to tell a historian I think they're wrong. The more general sources that are less about Mexico, but I think are still incredibly valuable if you want to know about this period. Why You Can't Teach United States History Without American Indians is a composite work by Susan Sleeper Smith was the editor-in-chief of it, but it's all different articles. This book's actually really cool. This book, the purpose of this book is to be a resource for high school teachers so that they can assign articles to their students. So the articles are all written with an eye towards public education, and they're all covering different eras. So, like, the first article is a really good one because it's primarily about trade relations in the North America around like 1500. It's really neat. It's really neat. Each article is very self-contained, so you don't really need to know that much about the other articles. Each article is very self-contained. They're all by different authors. The first article is this really fascinating one. So I mentioned 1492. That's when Columbus lands in Hispaniola. By 1500, there are massive fishing fleets off of the Canadian coast of Europeans. The Europeans are already sending like industrial, like proto-industrial scale fishing fleets, like hundreds of ships to fish off of the Canadian coast by 1500. And it's really an interesting history because everybody is lying about it all the time. It's this huge complicated, like everybody's doing conspiracy theory shit about cod fishing because everybody thinks that nobody else knows that everybody else that they're doing cod fishing. Like the French crown does an estimate that there's maybe like 200 fishing ships going to the Canadian coastline per year, and Aragon, an independent Spanish kingdom of the main kingdom of Spain, is sending like 500 per year. It's crazy. Like it is. Brittany by itself is spending like 100. Everybody is lying about how much they're fishing. It's really fascinating. It's so cool. 1491 is one of the really great pop history books. This is one of those pop history books that historians all recommend without reservation. Charles C. Mann is not a historian, he's a journalist. And 1491 is a really broad-scale overview of what was known around 2005-ish about what Native Americans lived like pre-contact. It's an incredible resource. Some of it has not withstood the test of time. The only thing I know that has not withstood the test of time is he makes some assertions about Amazon forestry that are optimistic, is the word I would use. He makes some very optimistic assertions about how Native Americans worked in the Amazon rainforest. But the book has generally been held up as one of the really great pop history books of all time. So 1491, easy recommendation. I see it recommended by historians independently in the wild, even when I'm not looking for American history issues. I saw that happen twice in the last week. It's a very good book. It rules. And so those are my major American sources. These are books I just really like, and I'm probably going to include this slide in every single slideshow going forward that we do on colonialism. So, The Great Divergence, I recommend almost every stream. It's incredible. Orientalism is an essential book if you want to understand what people are talking about when they talk about colonialism in general. It's a book that from the 70s that really kind of rewrote and reconfigured the entire concept of colonial scholarship. Its influence is almost impossible to overstate. Represented Communities is a wonderful book. It's a companion. It's kind of a reaction to Imagined Communities, which is one of the really important history books. And it's about how cultures that do not have the power to self-determination, what happens to them? What happens when self-determination is denied? Because Imagined Communities is about self-determining nationalist cultures. And John D. Kelly was a specialist, I think he's still alive, is a specialist in Fiji. And the Fijians, under British rule, did not have a right to self-determination. They didn't find themselves able to imagine themselves. They found themselves turned into Fijians by the British. And it's about that process. It's a really fascinating anthropological book. How Natives Think About Captain Cook by Marshall Solins. Marshall Solins is, for my money, the second greatest anthropologist to ever live. He passed away a couple years ago. He's an absolute champion. This is one of his more interesting books. And it's about Captain Cook. I've talked about it a little bit. Neocolonialism by Kwame Nkrumah. absolutely essential reading if you want to understand what the conversation about colonialism post 1960 is. Kwame Nkrumah was a post-colonial ruler of Ghana, and he writes about the ways in which decolonization succeeded and didn't succeed. The shortcomings of decolonization. It's a really good book. These last two are books that I happen to like. I struggle to figure out how I would recommend them to anybody who's not a turbo nerd. Dipesh Chakravarti and Partha Chatterjee are really excellent historians of the subaltern. I like subaltern studies a lot. Full disclosure, I personally like Dipesh Chakravarti. He's very ornery, but in a very charming way. These are very theoretical books. These other ones are more historical sources rather than theoretical works. The Cutting Off Way of War I've recommended on stream before. The Opium War Through Chinese Eyes I will recommend all the time. It is what it says on the tin. It is what it says on the tin. The Opium War is a shit show of a colonization. Yeah, neocolonialism is super cool. I believe you can find it pretty easily. The Opium War Through Chinese Eyes might be a little bit trickier to find. This one it's what it says on the tin. It's what it says on the tin. The Opium War, the British absolutely whipped the crap out of Dai Qing. What were the Chinese thinking? What was happening in China while that was happening? How did they experience losing this war so devastatingly? And it's about that. It's about how they saw it, how they experienced it, and it's from their perspective, and it's incredible. I will talk about it at length later. Under the Black Umbrella is about a very interesting. This one's really cool. It's not a super good book on most of its own merits, but as a primary source document, it is incredible because Korea was colonized in 1910 by Japan and decolonized forcefully in 1945, and Hildy Kang interviews people from that era. Like, she goes to Korean retirement homes and interviews survivors of the Japanese colonial project in Korea. Fascinating interviews. Really cool. It's somewhat made interesting by the fact that at least one of the interview subjects is just lying all the time. Like, he is not even credibly lying. He is lying so much. It's really interesting to read his interviews, because he is just making up shit constantly. Like, it's very interesting. Marrying Well is very cool. I partially recommend Marrying Well just because the index to Marrying Well has a list of all of the names of people that they studied, and these people have insane names where they're just mashups of like Yoruba last names but paired with like random mix of British and for some reason Norwegian first and middle names. So you'll have like I'm trying to think of some like you'll have like Charles Manuel Ayode and stuff like that. It's very cool. It's very, very cool. It's a very cool book. It's also, I think, very valuable because unlike most of these other books, Marrying Well really does put a lot of work into making sure that women's voices are represented and women's voices are like women's experiences are on the page. And so I think it's very valuable for that. Most historical books kind of struggle with that, and it's been something that people have been working on. I should have probably mentioned, actually, when I mentioned La Malinche, that there has been a movement to try to recuperate La Malinche as a feminist icon, and other movements to like kind of interpret her in the context of like the kind of decisions that she was making and the kind of duress she was under, but they have not carried the day. La Malinche remains a figure of opprobrium in Mexican history. And if people want to ask in the Discord, I will readily relink any of these. I can find Amazon links for them. I don't actually have affiliate links, but I can readily give you the citations for any of these. If you heard me describe a book and you describe it back to me, I'll tell you what I think it is. But yeah, and yeah, this was somebody else's. So let's go over to chatting. Oh, I am still tall. So, That was originally intended to be like 2 slides. That was my original intention for that, was like 2 slides on New Spain. But I got excited. I got super excited in no small part by Cortés, because in the histories that I had read growing up, Cortés doesn't really. Hello, you and I. Oh, oh. First of all, I always forget how to pronounce your name. Yuanje? Uh, you. Is it? Should it just be you and I? Should I just be pronouncing it you and I? Uh, I apologize, but welcome in, you and I. Is this the first time you've made it to my stream? Is this the first time you've made it to my stream? I am so sorry you got here you got here so late. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Please somebody in chat, please make sure you and I knows that this was an absolute banger of a stream. Oh, it's 8 a.m. Hold on. 8 a.m. So you're not a Euro. Are you Australian? Yeah, you wanted to be the bookmark secret. You wanted to be the bookmark, but the bookmark's gone because the presentation is gone. Yeah, I was just summarizing that I went through that. How long was that? Was that 5 hours? No, it was 3 hours. Yeah, this 3 hour lecture, largely because this one really focused on a very specific person who I found fascinating. Well, an hour of that I don't think I was really lecturing. I think we were just chatting. Yeah, the stream was 4 hours, but I think we were just chatting for about half an hour. But yeah, a lot of this was motivated by Cortés. I had grown up with American history, right? I'd grown up with American history, and in American history, Spain kind of gets portrayed as this kind of monolith. That Spain just happens to have these technological and biological advantages. You'd never heard of Cortés before. Ooh, yeah. This was mostly about Cortés. I don't know if you'll. I hope you learned something from what I've got to say about Cortés. But the way he was portrayed to me was that, like, he was just the guy who happened to be in charge of the Spanish army that invaded Mexico when the Aztec Empire was weak. I did not realize until I was doing deeper research that he was a singularly talented man. Like, absolute psychopath. I don't want anybody to take from this that I think Cortés is the kind of man we need more of in history. I do not think we need more Cortéses in world history. I think that would be bad. He's... Well, the problem with I feel like comparing him to Elon Musk feels inappropriate because he's really good at what he's doing. Like, that's the thing that feels like inappropriate, is that he's like... I guess maybe Trump might be a justifiable comparison, since Trump tends to be pretty competent at a lot of what he's doing in his life. But Cortés is really skilled. Like, I mean, we all know that Musk is a moron. I mean, come on. Making a tweet where you lose $40 billion is insane. Incredible. But Cortés, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, who I would compare Cortés to. Like, it's like, he's an Alexander the Great who doesn't die young. Like, and like, this is the other thing I was thinking about. Is that Cortés was the guy who conquered the Aztec Empire. I think that if you took Cortés and instead of pointing him west, a more immoral Napoleon. Napoleon's pretty immoral. Napoleon is not the most honorable man. He's certainly more moral than Cortés. Cortés is on some shit. But I think if Cortés had been dropped with a similar set of tools in Syria or the Caucasus, he would have probably not toppled the Ottoman Empire, but have given the Ottoman Empire a lot of problems. If in the same year he had dropped him in the Balkans, the Caucasus, or Syria, the Ottoman Empire would have been really frustrated. he would have caused a lot of problems for them. That is my theory. Uh, I think that he was a extremely talented, extremely dangerous man who, if he hadn't been in Mexico, he would have been doing something incredibly dangerous somewhere else on the planet. And somebody else, I don't know what would have happened in Mexico if it weren't for Cortez. I genuinely do not know. I think the idea of the Aztec Empire surviving any durable length of time in the way that the Aztecs are like a world surviving empire when you're playing, like when you play Civilization or Rise of Nations, my favorite of these kind of games, the Aztecs are just like a cultural idea that maintains itself in the Stone Age, in the Iron Age, in the Industrial Age. And the reality is that I didn't emphasize this very much. The Aztecs were very short-lived. The Aztec Empire was very short-lived. It was fundamentally a series of treaties and tributary relationships that lasted less than 100 years. In a lot of ways, it's kind of comparable to, like, the UN or NATO more than it is to, like, the Roman Empire, because they didn't really, in their own time, change, like, rewrite the cultures that they were over. And they certainly didn't inspire loyalty from the people they ruled over. They were... I mean, comparing them to the UN and NATO feels a little bit bad, because it's not like NATO, like... It's not like NATO is in Germany just, like, pillaging Germany and sending Germans to America to have their heads ripped off. That's not what NATO's doing, but, like, it is similar in that it's this kind of, like, relatively young treaty. It's not... It's very centralized. It's very much run in the interest of a single... It's very much run in the interest of its particular political project, but it's not... I think it's very likely that if Cortez hadn't shown up, the Aztecs would have fallen apart. Yes, exactly. It's a funeral vassal relation. Feudal, yeah. Yeah, it's a... I draw a big comparison very frequently on stream between the Assyrian Empire and the Roman Empire. Because when the Roman Empire starts falling apart, the Roman Empire has its first major civil war in 80 BC, and the Roman Empire doesn't lose its Western European holdings until 476. And even then, after 476, the feudal lords of Europe are constantly talking about how Roman they are. They are deliberately invoking Rome, they are speaking Latin, they are hiring Roman priests. They are very deliberately trying to be Roman, even after the Roman Empire has lost all territorial authority. And the Roman Empire does survive the crisis of the 3rd century. Meanwhile, the Assyrian Empire, the Neo-Assyrian Empire, I always need to be clear about this because there's 4 Assyrian empires. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, the largest empire the world had ever seen up to that point, as soon as the Neo-Assyrian Empire starts losing, it falls apart so fast. They are the largest empire in the world, and then 10 years later, they are not on the map at all. It does. It goes down. Well, I mean, 4 times. The thing is, like, once the Neo-Assyrian Empire goes down, it's gone. It never comes back at that point. It comes back several times before, but the Neo-Assyrians break it. Like, the early Assyrian empires are not who we talk about when we say the Assyrian Empire. Everybody means the Neo-Assyrians. But there were 3 prior empires that were more normal empires by Middle Eastern standards. The Neo-Assyrian Empire is wild. It is true. It is interesting that there are still some Assyrians left. That is interesting. That is genuinely an interesting thing. That is a genuinely interesting thing. But yeah, the Neo-Assyrians, once the Neo-Assyrians start losing combats, it all goes to shit. Nobody wants the Neo-Assyrians around. The only people who want the Neo-Assyrians around are the people of Assur and Nineveh. And that's 2 cities out of like 600 that are in the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Everybody else wants them gone. It falls apart so fast. Like, when you're getting coordinated invasions from your north, south, east at the same time, like, oh my god. Like, you have pissed off everybody. and they're coordinating with rebels. Like it goes apart. It falls apart so fast for the Neo-Assyrians. And I don't think the Neo-Assyrians needed any particular kick to fall apart. There was just always going to be something that was going to cause the Neo-Assyrians to fall apart. And that is what I think about the Aztec Empire. I think that if the Aztecs hadn't gotten sacked by Cortés and his army, it would have been the Tlaxcala, or the Portapeche, or the Zapotecs. It could have been an internal thing. It could have been the Tabascans. It could have been the Totonac. It could have even been some Mayans. There could have been a Mayan revival if Cortés hadn't succeeded. It's entirely it is. I think it's too open-ended. I don't want to. Yeah. There's a term for that, and I don't quite know what it is. But yeah, in a like. Yeah, when your city is done, it's over. Yeah, it's a problem of. I would just kind of generally say that empires have different levels of brittleness. It's not just a matter of how strong they are, but how brittle they are. And the Aztec Empire was intensely brittle. They were brittle and short-lived, and I don't know what happens if Cortés. I don't know, Cortés could have gotten beaten to death by the Spanish aristocrat that he was cucking in Spain. Like, he could have gotten beaten to death on that day. And I don't know what happens. Or if he gets arrested before he gets off the boat in Cuba. Or he dies in one of the many combats he goes into. Because, again, he's leading from the front. It's very realistic that he could have died in combat. That's very realistic. He's helped somewhat by the fact that he has an Alexander the Great-esque ability to just win battles with absurd ratios. But he does have... That's a real chance. He really could have died like that. And if that happens before the Aztecs fall, like, I don't know what happens. I don't know enough about Moctezuma to say if he was in any position to reform the Aztec Empire into something more durable. I don't think he was. I don't know if what happens is that central Mexico falls into a bunch of feuding states and it just takes... Instead of the Aztec Empire falling in 2 years and central Mexico taking, like, 5-10 years to fall under Spanish sovereignty from the time Cortés enters, we instead have a situation where it's close to the Yucatan and it's centuries of fighting each little city-state again and again and again and again before you finally conquer them all. I don't know what happens. Or if some other empire takes over and puts up some actual resistance to the Spanish Empire. Alt history is a mess. I only really talk about alt history because I want to be clear. Let me be clear. I don't know if I can do a good Obama voice. Let me be clear. Historians hate alt history. Yeah, you could have ended up with the Treaty of White Yeah, that's absolutely possible. Historians hate alt history. I don't know if this is not something I think that people know very often outside of history, is that actual historians hate alt history. And it's mostly because historians want to eventually be able to say something definitive, and you can't do that with alt history. But I do think that alt history is a useful way of communicating an important concept in history, which is the concept of contingency. There's the concept of contingency, and, the kind of famous one is, like, could the Nazis have won World War II? And I think that one's worth talking about because you don't even get into reasonable versions of the Nazis winning World War II until you've completely derailed all the premises. Like, that's kind of where it's kind of interesting, is like, okay, it's like, what level of divergence do we need? In order for the Nazis to win World War II, like, what level of divergence do we need? And then we're just, like, talking about, like... Absolutely, yes, you and I, you've got me. You have got me. I'm giving you a fist bump, but I'm not animated, so I can't do that yet. I can't wait for my model. My model is incoming. I'm very excited about it. But I cannot fist bump you. But yes, you read me. You read me on this one. The alt history is, I think, a way of... Historians talk about a concept called contingency a lot. And this is a debate within historians. Is like, there's deterministic history and there's contingent history. And contingent history is like what I was just talking about. Is that in contingent, when I'm talking about the contingency here, I'm being completely sincere. I really think that Cortez was very important to this story. Like, individually. I think he was a very important individual to this story. Uh, I think all history is a little better at teaching people history because they can be forced to justify why things happen without by really. Yes, okay. Thank you, you and I. This is where I'm at. Uh, yes, I did understand that, Watchdoge. Yeah, I did understand that. I did catch that. Yeah, I know that you are more of like a Cold War and like more of like a really like 20th century onward history guy. So that's part of why I invoked that. Uh, but yeah, like you have to justify why you believe that. And an interesting example that I ran into recently was Robert Evans did a series on Robert E. Lee, and Evans makes the case, and I think it's a good one, that the Confederacy actually could have won the Civil War. Lee actually did fuck it up. Lee fucked up really badly, and maybe not solely lost the war for the Confederacy, but there were people in the Confederacy who were doing their job, and there was a viable strategy that could have ended the war in favor of the Confederacy. And that's not what happened. What happened is the Confederacy lost, and he's partially doing that. Part of the reason why he's doing this is because he wants to really bust the myth that Robert E. Lee was an incredible general. And like the Confederacy was just like this noble doomed cause. No, they fucked up. They could have won and they lost. And the case of the Nazis is one where it's like, this is kind of what where I'm kind of going. I think that you and I'm completely with you that alt history is actually, I think, a very useful way of teaching history, and it's why I think a lot about paradox games. I would actually even say that the way that the Nazis would have to win, the thing that the Nazis have to do in World War II requires an earlier divergence where they never end up at war with the Soviet Union. That's the thing they have to do. They have to figure out a way to never end up at war with the Soviet Union, which for ideological reasons is pretty unlikely. They have to somehow avoid going to war with the Soviet Union, which, hypothetically possible. They chose that war. They started that war. They chose to go to war with a country that was much, much more well-equipped than them for warfare, and they chose that war. But again, at that point, if we're talking about the version of World War II where the Nazis never invade the Soviet Union, if we're talking about the version of World War II where they only fight the Western Allies, and not the US either, where they somehow keep the war completely contained to only fighting Poland, France, the United Kingdom, and a couple of their allies, a couple of their hangers-on, that feels possible. Not likely, but it feels kind of possible. And at the very least, it feels like a situation where they don't suffer the worst defeat that a state can have. I always feel like that's something that Brett Devereaux likes to emphasize that I think is very worth emphasizing. That the Germans didn't just lose World War II. They lost World War II about as completely and holistically as you can lose a war. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Like, they have to figure out a way to do that. And to be honest, like, I would say that the Nazi mistakes start happening in 1935. Like, the Nazi mistakes start the Nazi plan for World War II goes awry in, like, 1935. This is the reason why I'm not, like, when I say, like, was World War II winnable by the Nazis? It requires unraveling the whole situation back so far that we're talking about something totally different. Like, once the Germans commit to the idea that, and this is like a large part of the Nazi project, once they have committed their economy to overheating war material production so that you can win wars and win back civilian infrastructure in the peace negotiations and through Lebensraum, once they've made that decision, things have already gone badly for them. Once they have already decided that they're going to do they're going to do a medieval motivated war with industrial age equipment, they are already in trouble. They're already having a problem once they've made that decision. And they made that decision like 35, 36. Like, so it's really hard to unravel it. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm going with this. Is like I don't know that like what people tend to mean is like is there some sort of battle outcome that could have happened where the Germans beat the Soviets in World War II? And I don't think so. I think they were already kind of pushing the upper edge of how lucky they could have ever have gotten. They were pretty much already kind of maxing out on it. Uh, I don't think it's really credible to give them more luck and give them more opportunities and more success than they already feel like they punched above their weight very hard. uh, so it feels like a tough one to argue. The argument about the Confederate States actually feels way more reasonable because I think it is. I think it was like I think that the decision that the Confederate strategy was to invade the North and force them to the negotiating table in a lightning war was a bad decision, in no small part because it wasn't suited to the actual objectives of the Confederacy. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I always get messed up because China was a lot of my subject, and the American Civil War happens at the same time as the Taiping Rebellion, and so it's like the American Civil War is like this incredible, like it's so destructive even by European standards at that time, and then you just like spin the globe and you look at China and it's like, oh man, China's actually going to be a big subject later, but I got really invested in talking about Cortés, and I'm going to talk more about other parts of colonialism. I'm very excited about this. This was one of my favorite weeks of streaming, and most of it I was spending in books. was like researching for this. I was very excited for this one. But yeah, it's I don't know what happens if the Spanish oh yeah, no, the Wunderwaffe stuff is silly. Hell yeah, no, I appreciate it, you and I appreciate it. Um, I would say that I'm going to get out an edited version of this, but given that I've been editing my first lecture, which was on sociology, and it's been 2 weeks and I've edited 1% of it, it's going to take me a while. It's going to take me a while. I'm not good at editing videos. I'm not good at it. Yeah, no, the Wunderwaffe would never have saved the Nazis. The real comedy about this is that I am an editor in real life. I'm a nonfiction editor, though. Editing video though is like pulling teeth to me. Editing video makes me want to die. Like I don't know how people do this. I found it easier to do all of the research and do an entire extra stream than to quote recycle content unquote. That feels insane to me. It feels so much easier to just make more content. But I do feel like I should make an edited version where I remove a lot of the ums and blah 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 and put it on YouTube. I feel like I should do that, but it's going to take me forever, to be honest, because I don't know how to do it. I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, I don't know what I'm doing on that one. And I find it to be a frustrating thing, because I'm not good at video. I'm just not good. I'm just not a video guy. But yes, I had an excellent time researching this and talking about this. And like I said, I think my ultimate kind of conclusion from this is Cortés is some shit. Cortés is a crazy fucking guy. I really feel like it's always worth remembering that early modern European aristocrats are absolute psychos. Actually, I'm going to tell a little story. I'm going to tell a little story about this, because I will tell this story a lot. This is a story I learned from another historian. Cortés really is some shit, but to put him in context of what are the kinds of people I'm comparing him to, I mentioned before that this was the kind of culture where if you caught your wife cheating on you, you just killed her. Like, that was considered honorable, reasonable conduct to, if you caught your wife cheating on you, you just killed her immediately. That was considered a reasonable thing to do. What's her name? Ada Palmer talks about this in her series on comparing Borgia fiction. She does a really good job. She's an excellent writer and an excellent historian. I love Ada Palmer. The other story I really like is one of those really weird things about early modern European militaries is that cavalry were considered logistically easier than infantry. That was the norm. If you were doing an army and you were trying to do the logistics and supply for your army, you brought less supplies for your cavalry than you did for your infantry. Why? That's insane. Because one cavalryman has, at the bare minimum, a horse. You're going from one man to one man plus one horse. It's actually, yes, okay, that's not the first part, it's the second part. It's the second part. It's that the cavalry are faster and can steal from more peasants in a given day. Which is psycho behavior. Like, that's so psychopathic. It's like, how do I calculate my marching? Well, how many peasants can I murder and steal the food from? And a cavalryman can do more than an infantryman can. So the cavalry have less logistical impact on your army than the infantry. It feels psycho to us. Yeah, no, I don't know if I'm going to push back on a little bit there. You've got me in the first half. I'm with you on the first half. It feels psycho to us. I think it is normal for the early modern era. I don't know that there is anything that I would say is normal for all of human history. In general, I think that human history, we see a lot of cultural changes all over the place in lots of different ways, and that behavior would be seen as unacceptable in other cultures and other times than just ours. It's not just that in the 21st century we view that as unacceptable. Other people might not view it as psycho because they don't have they wouldn't use that kind of language. They might view it as dishonorable or counterproductive or weak. But it's not all times and all places, right? An example that I like is from The Cutting Off Way. The Cutting Off Way is an excellent book. I recommend it fairly frequently. It also depends on where and how bad the strife is. You know, it's a thing that changes over. Like I said, it's a thing that changes a lot. And Chinese history is big. Chinese history is very big. But in The Cutting Off Way, one of the things that caused a lot of friction between The Cutting Off Way of War, just to back up, The Cutting Off Way of War is a book by Wayne E. Lee, a military historian, about the conduct of warfare by Native Americans in the 1600s and 1700s in the Northeast, in the American Northeast. So we are talking about the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat and Wyandot, the Patonkan, various Algonquin peoples, the Cherokee in particular, the Cree and the Creek. So these groups of people that are in heavily forested areas, living in towns of usually under 1,000, in complicated interlocking federations with no cavalry. That was one of those last parts. And one of the really big differences between European warfare and Native American warfare was rape. That European soldiers in that period viewed rape as just one of the perks of being a soldier. That this is just one of the things that you're allowed to do because you're a soldier. You are allowed to, if you take a city, you are allowed to rape the women that are captured. And that was just seen as part of being a soldier during this period. The Native Americans did not do this. Even though they absolutely had opportunities to do so, they did not do so because of cultural norms around what it meant to be a warrior. In particular, that being a warrior was a very temporary state, and warriors are celibate. And so warriors would not participate, Native American warriors would not rape women because it would be seen as spiritually polluting and therefore potentially dangerous. That was seen as a way to get yourself to like revoke the spiritual protection that you are relying on to get you home safely. So it's a very different mentality, and the Native Americans found the European tendency to rape women in warfare to not merely be unacceptable, but practically incomprehensible. Yeah, it's a totally different cultural vibe. And so how you treat peasants is going to vary a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yup. Yep. Yep. The early modern European armies are. Cortez is a microcosm of. I am making a small argument. Is a microcosm, a synecdoche, for the issue that an early modern European army is a living, writhing disaster. And you need to have one because if you don't have one, you will get invaded by somebody else's. But ideally, that army is somewhere other than your land. Ideally, you do not hang on to that army where you are. This is actually an interesting piece of Clausewitz that is often misunderstood or just not remembered. That Clausewitz makes the argument that the offensive actually has a significant strategic advantage, not just because of initiative, but because whoever is on the defensive, they're having their economy getting wrecked. If you are on the offensive, you are wrecking your opponent's economy and you are not having your economy wrecked. If you are on the defensive, you get to set up ambushes, but your economy is getting wrecked the whole time. It's an interesting method. It's an interesting way of thinking about it, of weighing the balance of offense versus defense. And he was writing in the 1800s, and he was writing about experiences from the 1800s and 1700s. Maybe some stuff from the 1600s got in there, but he was mostly writing about 1800s and late 1700s warfare. But yeah, it's the cultural norms change a lot, and I swear there's one military manual that I really swear by, as like a really interesting document that I think people need to read for understanding the 21st century, and that is On Guerrilla Warfare by Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong is really one of the greatest military theorists of all time. I'm going to go to the mat for him. I'm going to go to the mat for Mao as a military theorist, and a lot of it is in On Guerrilla Warfare. And a thing that he is very emphatic about is that essential to his entire theory of victory is that you treat the peasants well. He's not just doing it on moral grounds, he's doing it on strategic grounds. Strategically, Mao believes in treating the peasants well, because if you treat the peasants well, yeah, he was incredibly. It's very difficult. I have not yet seen somebody seriously try to make the argument that Mao was not good at fighting. And I would be curious to see it because I don't know what evidence they're going to marshal. I don't know how you would try to convince somebody that Mao was not good at fighting wars. And unlike other people, like I don't know what I think Cortez was very good at fighting wars. I don't know what Cortez's theory of warfare was. I can't speak to Cortez as a theorist. I can speak to Mao as a theorist because Mao wrote down his theories in very explicit detail, and then used that theory in practice, and it was extremely successful when Mao did it, and then it was extremely successful when other people did it, like Robert Mugabe. Robert Mugabe followed the Mao playbook. Dieppe followed the Mao playbook, and they were all very successful. Maoist groups tend to have a very, very high success rate for the grading on the curve that they're on. Almost the opposite of fascist societies in terms of their ability to win warfare. It's remarkable. So I would say that like there are the norm that you go around looting the countryside and killing people seemingly willy-nilly in order to like shore up your army. That's culturally local. That's culturally local, and it's going to change. And I'm going to also say that there's a material component to it. Obviously, I think that you and I agree on this. I think you and I agree on this. That it wasn't that there were both cultural and material factors underlying the shift in early modern militaries away from medieval modes of contact to the modern ones. Yeah. Yeah. You and I. There we go. That's how I pronounce it. You and I. That it wasn't like early modern aristocrats just decided one day to start being psychopaths. And it's also not like there was nothing happening in Europe that would motivate that kind of change. Uh, it's not like there was something that would just cause that raid to happen, that would cause that change to happen for no reason, and it wasn't like it was entirely like there wasn't some sort of psychological thing happening there as well. I think those things are both true at the same time, and uh, I think that's kind of complicated. Oh, jeez. I mean, I this is actually one of those places where I wind up becoming something of a non-materialist. That uh, I think my read of the situation in the post-Napoleonic era is that they actually successfully made durable treaties. That's kind of my theory. That's kind of my theory. And um, I am going to raid out because it has been almost 5 hours, and I need to take a shower. This was a lovely time, everybody. You and I. I'm sorry that I stream at a time that is inconvenient for you. Um, I usually stream 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central European time. Uh, we're going to raid Derulian. Derulian's wonderful. I raid her very frequently. Uh, there's my follow raid message. Where is... I need to actually make the command for the... I need to actually make this command for the sub raid. That's the sub raid. Uh, we're going to go raid Derulian. Derulian is having a subathon right now. They are wonderful. They mostly do hand cam stuff, which is more often what I do than lectures. I think they're great. And I will be doing hand cam streams Monday and Wednesday next week. I will actually be on Derulian's next Friday as well. And yes, let's go say hi to Derulian. And I need to see if I can get my sound working because I want to be able to hear what she's saying. I want to be able to hear what she's saying. But yes, yes, yes. Everybody, you are all wonderful and lovely, and I'm really grateful for everybody who came here. I hope to continue the Spanish colonialism series, and yes, I'll be doing that next week. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.